Welcome in, everybody, to some AEL University Elite Series. Coming at you live, it's Matsy and the one, the only, Profound Rice.
Hi, Matty. Great to be here. Thank you so much for the epic introduction. But of course, we are here for some epic gameplay. We're here to watch AEL University VALORANT. So I'm really excited to see what the players. My cat just started on the cat wheel. I'm so sorry. I thought it was like thunder or something. I'm excited to see some VALORANT gameplay by, of course,
the spikes exploded.
Yeah, I don't know if you could see it, but I just started. There you go.
Everything's going down to business. But for now, let's get down to business to talk about our sponsors. A big shout out to AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs.
Power your game with the latest HyperX gear at Officeworks. When you need speed, control, and zero distractions, Officeworks has got the tech. Discover gaming gear made to handle serious play.
That's the way with serious play. And a big shout out to Indomie, the noodle partner. Made with high quality flour and selected ingredients and spices, a plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. Big shout out to each and every one of our sponsors. You know them, you love them, and we appreciate all of their support. And speaking of support, we're here to support these amazing teams in Valorant, and they are going to be putting on one hell of a show. Here's the standings.
That they are, Matty. The standings, of course, we can see RMIT Black 8-0, but so is UNSW as well. Really excited to see how these two teams go. They both have the exact same number of round wins, but a little bit of different round losses coming in. But Monash A has 6-2 score, with UOM also being 6-2. Lots of exciting things happening here in these standings.
So far, so good. Here's Group B. As we take a look at Deacon, going to be on top there. RMIT Red, nice and close as well. UQ and GU and Monash LSL. They're going to be a closely followed 2, 3, 4, 5. But we look alive with number 6 is QUT. Following suit is UCID, 1-7 there. Adelaide in 8th place. But hopefully tonight's their night and they can take away a big win. That would be amazing. Absolutely amazing. But speaking of amazing, hello. It's an amazing special guest for a moment there.
Yes, she put a paw on my leg and was like, "Hi, what are you up to?" But I think she just wanted a pickup to go into the desk because as soon as I picked her up, she left me already. So
I see. Oh well. Bam, and the cat is gone. But let's see what we are going to get down to now. Best of 1 to kick off the night. It's Swinburne and Macquarie Onyx to get on with this fight. And here's our rosters.
Yes, Swinburne has Charles, Chlorophyte, Tax, Wally, Howe, and MQU Onyx has Nera, Domegi, Say, Prismo, and Mera. This is going to be a very exciting matchup here, Matsy, between these two teams.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what they are going to be able to do, you know. I think that there's always some creative rosters there, creative aliases, and very excited for what will be locked into this one as a Chamber and Omen. Going to be locked in for Macquarie in the early phase here, but still got a few more agents to consider before we step into Haven.
Not surprised about Omen. I mean, I feel like Omen and Sova are very standard on this map, but I'm excited to see the Phoenix and the Neon come out from MQU Onyx personally. The Chamber does work a lot, but of course Cypher works really well. Killjoy really works well as well on Haven. There are a lot of options for the Sentinel pick on Haven. It gives a lot of skill expression. But it looks like Phoenix may be considered for Swinburne and for MQU Onyx, but we won't know until everyone locks things in. Jet, I feel, is a little bit more standard personally on Haven, Matsy, versus the Neon. But I don't hate the Neon on this map. We've seen some really, really good Neons on Haven, and we know why.
Yeah, we know why. They are able to supply many great things there, you know. I particularly love to see them go into overdrive there and just giving the absolute best, you know, living a life in the fast lane there. They got the relay bolt, they got it all. They're able to do plenty of great things. But speaking of plenty of great things, our team's just going to be loading into the server now, but definitely keen to see who will take the reins on the momentum early into the phase here and who might get left behind.
Well, I like to see things be close as well, Matty, but I agree as well. We got to know who is going to be the winner. I mean, these are only best of ones. It really is about getting that early momentum and getting as much as you can in this early game, because once you get that momentum and that snowball going, you know, you kind of feel pretty secure and pretty confident, and that can lead you to winning the entire map.
Yeah, it can lead you to taking it away in a fantastical fashion, and definitely keen for what's in store here as we look to seek out Macquarie Onyx's approach. They're looking to take strides over towards pretty much every side of the map early. You know, go for some scouting there. They might be met with a bit of aggression from Swinburne, though. I like how there's Charles playing C-Long there, and they're already looking to push up with a headhunter here. Good spot. Just jiggle peek around the corner. Double into it. Fall back with the calling card there. Gotta love the rendezvous, but they are going to be waiting patiently.
Yeah, no shots fired. Actually, no, a little bit of damage dealt onto the Phoenix, but Phoenix will be able to heal up, of course,
area
with that flame. And now they're going to be rushing in on the scene. They know they're pushing back the chamber to the point, but Houseside gets one.
out of here.
Toshi Mirror, they get two in return. Swinburne, now three players. They're going to have to try and get back onto the point, but if they keep losing players like
Last player standing.
attacks with a fast rotate, they'll be able to get the pick that he needs.
Spike
Now
planted.
hold up to 4-5. Will get one, but only one. NQ Onyx, they get the first round here.
So far, so good in their favor. We'll be happy to take that early control there and come in with a bang into the next portion as well. Some earlier shots have come out here, but still more work to be delivered. So we do have the dark cover being considered now. Charges may just be able to get something further from it. So consider their options before the game begins. And now, barriers down. Let's get ready for a C-sided approach.
C-sided again, potentially. Of course, Onyx, they have really good weapons here for them to push up if they need to. I mean, when they want to, of course. He's actually dead while he's pushing down. And they're still going to get insanely punished by Hikoshi. Now with that stinger. 4v4 situation. Might be aware that there's an Omen in that corner as well. Be careful if they want to push up further beyond this wall.
Yeah, gotta be careful here. Around the bandit as well. Outlaw coming out. Ooh, stop, drop, and a roll in. And the kill there, clarified. Gonna be out of here. So, good from Macquarie Onyx so far. You know, they come out of this one relatively unscathed for now. May have a bit of a pincer maneuver being enabled, but Macquarie Onyx are already prepared for this. You know, they're playing it just outside along there. To set up efficiently, see if they catch anyone.
One
and
enemy
they
remaining.
will. We'll get at least one trade from Charles, maybe even more. Further followed. One bullet left in the chamber this time, though. They're in a bit of hot water, and they will eventually fall. So, good job from Swinburne to at least lock in 2 kills there. That's going to boost some of their credits a bit more. But now it's time for the real games to begin.
Real games indeed. I mean, especially for Swinburne, they're going to be able to get that full buy coming through. Macquarie Onyx, though, will be able to bring over a very strong bonus weaponry from the previous round, featuring a rifle, Guardian, Outlaw as well. I mean, the Outlaw is especially important. You're considering Tax and Wally, they don't have full shields, and this Outlaw can do a lot of damage to people without full shields. Oh. The world's going to disappear, and the action's going to start, Maxi.
Ooh, it starts and it continues. Don't go deck. Trying to find how.
Come on, let's go!
Run it back as well. Stack it up, and the kills are plenty coming through this one. Haven't been able to find a Sova there through the smoke. Seems they've snuck by, but speaking of sneaking by, they will supply a couple of kills. One more to follow, though. Tax ready, waiting. And unlike Amira's position here, holding and locks it down. So patience pays off.
Yeah, Macquarie Onyx, they get to convert that bonus round, giving them a 3-0 start. Maxi, at the beginning of this broadcast, we were talking about how momentum can really push things forward and push things for the team to potentially win the best of one map. And right now, Macquarie Onyx, they definitely feel fully in control of this game, winning now 3 in a row. Really is this turning point. Getting that bonus round can really cement yourself to getting quite a lot of rounds in a row. And now coming into this fourth round, Matsy, they're going to have a really strong buy compared to Swinburne.
Exactly. Here as they open up with a bang there. Perfect spot. It's doubled back and then some. Let's see if Onyx can continue to wrangle more forward. Hitoshi, fantastic work to burst ahead for their team here. Charles now, last one standing. Needs to try and find another way in. Maybe they can catch a weapon out of this. You know, that would be a nice sense of reprieve, but they'll heave forward with at least one more kill to their name.
Getting one here, Charles, I'm sure will be pretty happy with
Teleport's
that.
ready.
They are running an eco round, and Charles able to get 1 or 2 here would be really, really good for Swinburne to keep the range.
One enemy remaining.
Is that 2
3.
now?
My ult is
Potentially
ready.
could even win this, Matsy, if he's able to get that last player. He does have the spike, hasn't actually planted it yet, but in a 1v1 situation with a 30 HP, of course, Charles has to be very careful. Here's the plant.
Spike planted.
See.
Revealing area.
Quickly. Now Nera has to be careful as well because Charles is extremely sharp with the shots. But this position from Nera, even Charles will have difficulty trying to take down Nera in this corner.
Ult is ready.
He rises, Nera shuts him down in the end there, so good job from them and theirs, but Charles made it very uncomfortable for a time, you know. I think that there was a possibility they could have taken that round for their own, so certainly going to keep Macquarie Onyx on their toes into that one. They have to consider their options going forward for sure. See what's in store though, heading into round number 5 now as Swinburne, you know, they're looking good. They do have the Tour de Force available if they want to use it, and a lot more stacking up behind it very soon. So I'm liking their options, but they still got to lock a round in.
Scanning ahead.
Was instantly used as soon as the walls drop. Got a note though as well. Onyx, they kept two ultimates to use here. One of them is ultimate. Wally.
Spike
shut
down
the
A.
other ultimate. Nera falls and no.
Careful now.
Available either. 4v5 situation though, Matsy. And I think the fight on A might be beginning very shortly.
Yeah, they're getting ready for it, aren't they? And Steven's here to play. Bringing the dart out there. Not going to be able to give them apart yet. Still waiting patiently on this one. How? Pretty under the window as well. This could be their time. Will they be able to rise from the window? They lock it out. They don't clear the corners. They dash past, and it's opening up. Swinburne take advantage there. 2 for the price of 1. And look to further their player advantage here.
That they do, Matsy. The 2v4 situation.
One enemy remaining.
Tax makes it now 1v4. Wants to find the last player. Who's over? Charge, and fortunately
30
looking at
seconds
window
left.
is the wrong spot there. So Prismo will win that 1v1 situation, but looks straight into the tour de force of Charles. Swinburne are on the board here, Matsy, and they get themselves now 1 to Onyx's
Does
4.
anyone have funds?
Well done, well played at long last. Their hard work pays off. So, gonna be happy with that, and see what else they can do as well as they hold themselves together here. Ready to take the approach straight over to C. Got a couple of defenders to worry about holding closely though, so this could be a problem for Swinburne if they get overwhelmed here. I do like how Macquarie has the lurker out towards mid there, playing towards a lobby, just in case they need a contingency. So far, they've already locked in 1 kill. They don't know the others around the corner yet, but maybe they will be found. Playing in the fast lane here, ready. They will find one back, so good for Wally, but sight to open up, and they might lock it down.
Charles with that operator takes down Hitoshi. Now it's a
planted.
3v3 situation. As he said, Spike is now down, and well, it's going to come up. Phoenix, a little bit of time, a little bit of space as well to Onyx, and now with the wall disappearing, things are getting opened up. Spaces, lines, shots, angles are now being revealed. You have to be careful. Walk straight into Chlorophyte's crosshairs.
One
instead.
enemy remaining.
My ult
Prisma will
is
fall as well. Chlorophyte with a double kill. Stepping up. And Domek last
One
one.
enemy
Tries
remaining.
stop the defuse. Gets a double, but Charles has the back of Swinburne with that operator. Gets the defuse off in time as well.
They
And
didn't
Swinburne
actually
keeps
think
being
that would
competitive.
work. Gun here.
Competitive as ever. Now is the time to prime up for even more. the door of possibility. See what might lie on the other side. Round at number 7 now. Opens up. Get ready. Lock things down accordingly. But weapon's going to be a bit all over the place for Macquarie, I'd say. But for Swinburne, they're okay. Most of them should be well and truly accounted for. But you don't know till you know. What I do know is Macquarie Onyx are going for a split approach this time, and the Blade Storm's going to be activated alongside the Tour de Force. So there's a lot of aggressive prowess that can be put on display here.
Yep, that Tour de Force. We saw it before in the hands of Charles, can be quite dangerous, and now Prismo opting to use it. A Blades from Swinburne as well, so both ultimate weaponry are coming through for one for each team. Onyx, they're taking things a bit slowly, trying to figure out where the gaps of Swinburne's defenses are, and rightly, they're going towards A, which is a little bit of the weaker side currently. Just only Sova hovering on the outskirts. With the smoke going down, so Onyx has revealed their approach.
Joke's
on
over!
A.
You're
Hyper's
dead!
down as well. And now it's going to be lots of voters that are coming out from Swinburne. They want to go in. Out comes Thunder Fury. Thumbs to run it back as well. Prismo will fall. Wally will have their ultimate cancelled, but the damage has been dealt as well. Mirror obviously running back as well on their own. Now it's a 2v1
Last player
in
standing.
favor of Swinburne. And just like that, Matty, they get themselves another round.
Yeah, having a huge resurgence into this one. I've got to admire them. You know, their tenacity, their grit to carve the path for themselves and take it even a further beyond. So, let's see if they can keep it up all over again, tie things up 4-4, or whether we might see the cutback coming at you from the Macquarie side here. They've got plenty of weapons at their disposal now, so looking good in that fashion, but there's still plenty more work to be done for certain. So, preparation's already going to be laid here. Dark covers need to come out one way or another.
I will find you, Omen.
Looks like they're going to be finding each other. Love the voice lines coming out from our agents for sure, but good coverage early there. At least they're going to deny that early window push in mid.
Keeps them very careful. Very aware if they walk out, potentially just meet the demise in this round, just like that. Time has dwindled down for Onyx a little bit now. Of course, still plenty of time, but have to be careful if they walk into the sight lines, trying to find the angles, as Prismo here, down in sewers, might instead find a Phoenix on the other side, Wally. As the angles are going to be watching, Wally actually gets spotted first instead. Now sees the shoulder, recognizes it is Prismo as the angle. But instead, Prismo will back off. Maybe try a different approach. Feels like A might be a little bit too defensively held at the moment. Maybe B, Matsy, is where they're going to
Yeah, could be a thinking on it. Ready. Try and strike. Tax. Waiting patiently in the dark cover here. Domag will go for the plant accordingly. 5 HP in a Dream Shrouded Step just to escape here. So at least they can get out of harm's way. But see which way they can swing this one going forward. Just glorify it and go. Look to start the show, but it's Prismo going toe-to-toe.
Prismo, there, as you said, gets another one. Now it's a 3v5 situation in favor of Onyx.
Kill.
They're looking to break
One
that
enemy
losing streak that
remaining.
they found themselves in. Started this 4-0, but suddenly find themselves 4-3 instead, and now they want to keep this advantage going, keep themselves in the lead, and
Teleport's ready.
Charles, the last player left for Swinburne, with a 1v5 situation. I mean, operator in hand, he doesn't want to lose it, but of course Onyx, they're after that flawless, and that they do achieve. 5-3 now in favor of Onyx.
At long last, they will be able to break it back in here. Certainly their work cut out for them thus far, Ricey, and I'm sure there's going to be more work accordingly on the other side of this round as we jump into round number 9 now. 4 to go, including this one, so not much leg room in order to try and garner more rounds and do more where that came from. But let's see how things go for Swinburne, whether they can run it back or whether Macquarie continue in a positive strides here. And look to strike first, burst ahead, good taps from Itoshi.
Fantastic indeed. Itoshi able to get that opening pick. Swinburne have rotated quickly, dedicating 2 or 3 players towards B side, but A is going to be their target for Onyx, and they're rushing in quickly. I mean, Neon, very fast lane, going out and fast approaching to the back. Wally, though, will be able to take down Itoshi instead with that flash, doing a lot of work for the team. Peripheral takes down Prismo as well, and with this, Swinburne, they've got the free advantage and turn things around. And it's all up to Domeg. He gets the one, but only the one. And Swinburne bring things back to just a 1-round difference.
It seems these strangers want me dead.
1 round difference. One more opportunity here, and very eager to see who can step up in high gear and take control for now, as no one is taking the half with a clear advantage yet. You know, there's still openings for either side here. Corey Onyx could double down and take it to 7, and then that's the half in their favor. Or Swinburne, for that matter, could take it all the way to 7 as well, and end the half at 7-5. So, still distinct possibilities for both teams, and keen to see who can come out on top here as they take it slow and steady. Big focus on a mid right now. Macquarie looking to just go with a fast track here. Already have shut down 1 player, but they're now reconsidering their options. Maybe looking to run it over towards C instead. I like this aggressive push up from Charles, though. This could be a flank in the making here.
Potentially could, especially with an operator. Things could get very interesting. Turns the corner and gets the shot onto Domeg. Could have gone either way, but it's going to be somewhat evened up with Clarified falling on the other hand for Swinburne. Housestar will be able to get 1 onto Prismo, and now it's a 3v3 situation. Spike isn't even down yet, Matty, and bodies are dropping left, right, and center, including in mid. Tax gets the better of Itoshi, shot in the back. And now 2v3, Onyx going to try and plant on B site. It's clear at the moment, and they have the spike in hand, but they got to be careful. They don't know where Swinburne will be coming from, and Swinburne are very aware the B side is completely left alone. But instead, Onyx, they want to head to A. Housestar is currently in AEL. Be careful
30
if they go
seconds
around
left.
this corner. They might be exposing themselves to a difficult angle to shoot. They approach it together.
Player standing.
They trade 1 for 1, and now Nera is the last one left alive here, Matt, in a 1v2 situation.
Spike planted. Revealing area.
Do the best they can to navigate these treacherous waters here. Do still have some shock darts available, so certainly can take advantage of that if they want to get some chip damage through. Ooh, I think they might have caught that angle now. They're going to be isolated through. Just in hell there, trying to stoop it down, but it won't happen. It's 1 and done from the operator there. Charles gets it done, ties it up, 5-5. Look alive, Swinburne are on top.
I'm afraid.
They are. They've made it back to now 5 even. After starting this 0-4, Swinburne have absolutely come back here in the full buy rounds. Had a bit of a tricky situation in the ecos, in the pistols, but when they had full weaponry, they've really been shining, especially Charles here with the operator, with the 2 of the force. Shining with that 11 and 5 KD right now. Definitely looking pretty strong here as Swinburne potentially look to getting themselves the higher score in the halftime. They want to look at that 7-5, but of course Onyx, they also want 7-5. They're thinking about a C push as well. Not a bad situation when the operator is not here.
Yeah, good things ahead now as Wally goes down. Back with the run it back though, but we'll see how things fare as there's trade-offs 1 for 1. Ooh, cut it close there, Hitoshi. Quite on the mark though. We'll see if they can ignite the spark on the other side of this now. So the defenders are forced to try and approach this from a few different angles. Otherwise, they will get left behind.
Operator finds its mark with Mera. 3v4 situation. Hunter's Fury is available for Onyx, and I think that's what they're setting up for. We can see him down and see long. Wally will be able to take down Itoshi, and now it's a 2v3 situation, and so as soon as they hear the tap, out comes that Hunter's Fury. Prevents that defuse for a little bit longer, and Prismo has the position in garage. Tries to prevent it from this angle too. We've got to land the shot. I mean, they've lost Nera, but now 1v1 situation. Prismo is trying to do their best to stall, but I think he did it. There's not enough time for the defuse, and Onyx get a thrifty for themselves and get themselves to 6.
Last round in the half.
Well done. Well played, too. Them and theirs there will be able to lock themselves into place here and very eager for what else they can do now as hold position, get ready for the last opportunity onto this one. One last chance, and they're ready to advance and now and see who will be able to take this one away. Is it Macquarie Onyx coming out on top? Is it all tied up 6 for 6 here? No one is a clear victor yet, but now it's time for all ults to lock in. There's many tours of DeForces there and a Blade Storm to boot.
A lot of the ultimates are coming through. Two of the forces on Bladestorm. The other ultimate that is available and live at the moment is the From the Shadows. Both teams have it available. Whether or not they'll both be using it, of course, unsure, as we've only just started this round. Garage is potentially contested space. Tax has found in multiple players. Toshi, Nera, then both fall. Wally, though, will be traded out elsewhere on the map on C. And now it's a 3v2. Sorry, and Prismo falls as well. And Spike has been passed over to Swinburne. So Onyx now in a desperate situation. They will be able to pick up the Spike with using From the Shadows. Runner back was also used as well to make sure to clear C. But the Spike was not able to be planted. Swinburne are there. They're ready to try and fight back. Stop the Spike from going down. And so far they have.
30 seconds left.
Stomach falls and now it's all
down,
up
C.
to Mera. The 1v3 situation. Just like that. Taken out. And just like that, Matsy, we have a 6-0 situation.
Switching sides.
Fantastic work, keeping it as competitive as ever for our rosters now. You gotta love to see it, and eager to see if it stays this tight heading into the next half as well. There's, you know, one side might be more favorable to one roster over the other, so certainly going to be a true test for both sides heading into the next portion now. As we jump in to the opening around of the second half here. Looks like Swinburne going to be on the warpath straight down mid there. Can rush it straight up the garage if they want, or even take B. But we'll see which way they do choose to break free through as they take it slow in our final moments. So dark cover is at the ready as well, so they can at least block off some coverage there. So the window and garage might be just pressed away. But they've got players playing a little closer than that.
Yeah, house star taken out. 4v5 situation. They're going towards C. Swinburne want to get that plant down. And they should be able to here. Onyx, on the other hand, they're going a very deep flank.
Spike
3
planted.
members strong, pushing out from A. But Domeg, who's holding close to C, is able to get Charles in the meantime. How a 3v5 situation. Onyx looking strong to be able to take this second pistol.
No, you don't.
But Wally has something to say about that. No, you don't, to Atoshi. And Clarify, they take down another as well. And just like that, Swinburne, in what seems like a very much an Onyx round, turn things around and get that pistol.
They get the job done and come out on top there. So, going to have a solid path towards taking maybe even another round in their favor. Macquarie Onyx just going to be stuck in position at the moment, not looking to commit too much towards it, and just look to hold things down for the time of being here. But we'll see how things fare as Swinburne got a split approach here. I like how Tax is playing the elevated angle just in case they try and put pressure on C long, but I don't think they're going to be going for too much as yet. I do like the coverage there as well, just to get that capture orb, because every point does make a difference, you know? It's make or break having your ultimates online or not, especially with something like the run it back there.
Might be a bit of a difficult situation there for that Silver, for Nera. Here's the noise. Hard to see. Ooh, gets the shot though.
Spike down.
Clarify. Isn't able to look the corner. Now blind. Just needs a right click, but unfortunately Charles with the outlaw just needs one body shot. 4v4 situation though. Nera able to get one. Should help out the team of Onyx as they fast rotated over towards A now. But Swinburne, we can see them running all the way to C. Matsy and keeps Onyx guessing. Not entirely sure where the spike is going to go as Wally will be able to take down Domeg. And now Onyx, they've gone back and forth so many times here. It's a 1v4 situation. And Swinburne with a spike will be able to plant here on A.
30 seconds
I think Wally already has running back is available here, Matty, as well. But 1v4 situation, likely not going to be using it here.
Yeah, today's not the day, but maybe tomorrow could be the time as one player, one chance. Itoshi, do they advance almost? Oh, they play speed. Burst fire actually ignites their desire. Get one kill through there. But it's going to be one and ton onto that one. So, got to admire them committing towards that fight there. You know, giving it everything they could to at least try and garner something from that situation. But unfortunately not getting much more from there. So, we'll see how things turn around heading into the bonus round now, though. Because Macquarie Onyx, they've got a prime opportunity.
They do indeed. They have a lot of money here, theoretically. Be able to get that full buy. Swinburne, they do have the runner back, and that's, though, definitely could be a deal breaker here. Potentially looking to use it over C. But the spike isn't there just yet. They're just clearing some angles, finding information, and Swinburne, they do have 2 round up against Onyx, and that is definitely something that we should be very curious about, considering they stepped up to 0 and 4, and they've really stepped up here as Charles will be able to take down Prismo. Runner back from Wally is denied, will be taken out immediately. But Swinburne, they have lost now Charles, who was very, very low. Now 4v4 situation. Spike will go down on A. So Onyx, they are
Spike planted.
reconvening, getting close, going for that retake potentially on A.
Take
To
flight.
get some information though with the owl drone. Action. That is about to begin.
Yeah, live camera action, and we get some traction into this fight here. Recon Bolt going down, and players with it. Macquarie Onyx scurrying around, but they're going to have to pay tax on that round because all their players are taken away. So, it'll be a solid start from Swinburne, and both teams managed to get the first 3 rounds in a row in both halves there. So, gotta love that, Ricey.
Yeah, gotta love that indeed. I mean, the bonus round is one of those rounds that is still very possible to win, and Swinburne shows that they can do it too. And now Onyx, I'm sure they must be feeling that pressure. That's a 3-round difference now between these two teams, and both teams are showing how strong they are on this attack, especially with these low buys. And now Onyx, they're going to try something sneaky. They're going to be trying and be aggressive here, pushing out on B mid and on C, but Prismo is just going to be found just like that. Onyx, let's be careful, knowing they have the weaker weaponry and a 4v5 situation. Mera's going to be pushing forward here, using smoke to cover. Doesn't get one, even though they did land that headshot. Onyx, now 3v5 situation. Not looking good, potentially a flawless in the favor of Swinburne. And now with just the Sova left, with only 10 HP if that, this looks like very much a Swinburne round.
Perfect day. That's just the way that they want it to be there. So, going to be very happy with the result of that one, as they've forced their way up to double digits now, and Macquarie Onyx left behind once again. We'll see if they can find any other way forward here, though. It's been a difficult battle thus far, but Macquarie might just have their chance to break back in here. But I mean, if they continue to allow things to slip by, then Swinburne, they're just going to fly high and take it away all the way to 13. So, see what goes down now as Nera, good with the recon dart there, shuts down their opponents, and they're preparing themselves for a siege over the A site.
That they are, Matty, that they are from the shadows. A side gets scouted by Swinburne. They see something good. They see a possibility here. Out they push. They trade both chambers. 4v4 situation. And they do now have A site clear enough for a plant. They're looking to defend this. Get themselves to 11. But of course, it's going to be difficult because Onyx, they do have that full by now. And they do have that vengeance. They want to try and stop the snowball from Swinburne. Try and get that lead back, and Mera starts us off strong. Mera as well. They get 1 each. The will come with a cost of a couple of lives, but it's well worth it as Onyx get themselves now to 7 and stop that snowball, that Swinburne snowball.
Spike's dead. You're
I'll
welcome.
be very happy with that result there. Finally making strides,
My advice?
pushing back into this
Don't get shot.
series, and now closing the gap to only 3 rounds between them. But the harder work isn't done yet. They need to continue to string together rounds in order to cultivate their economy, as well as cultivate those rounds accordingly. So, keen, eager to see what else they can do as Swinburne hold position early, look to just go for the informational warfare in the beginning here, see if they can get traction towards any side of the map really, or maybe even an opening kill or two. But for now, they're just going to take it slow and see if they can control some space before committing anything towards the spike plant.
I love to see that operator on attack from Swinburne. The aggression, always fun to see. But will it be able to find a pick? Because time will tell. But right now, Swinburne not being too aggressive, they're happy to wait. Fade out utility, find a gap here. You think about garage or A. Prismo is holding quite aggressively on A, and Swinburne have to be aware that they've let up a lot of space on that A long. And now B is where they're going to be trying making space of their own, using that runner back. They're able to clear it out. Now Prismo will be able to get the better of Charles there. As well as Prismo will be traded out there as well over on A, and so the rotations are coming through.
Spike down A.
And Onyx, they're winning these fights. 4v2 situation, and they also have control of
Last
Spike.
player
Howstar
standing.
falls while he lost one left alive. Has to try and win a 1v4 situation with Spike completely and utterly guarded from multiple angles. Might be just walking straight into the crosshairs here of a mirror. With only 13 seconds left though. Will fold just like that.
Just like that. They lock it down, lock it in, and now only 2 rounds between them. So, Quarry Onyx getting exactly what they would have hoped for and more there. See what else they can do now as their economy in a much better position here. Hitoshi having the most to play with in this one. So if they go down, there you go. They have managed to commit towards an operator for their teammate, and you know what? I got to respect that. Make sure they have the best weaponry possible in order to deal with the attackers. Speaking of, Hunter's Fury coming out from Macquarie right now, trying to scout out information early and see if they can get an early kill.
Nothing landed, but was able to prevent more information being gathered by Swinburne. But now they're pushing through garage, trying to find some information. Smoke down, meaning Itoshi can't just jump out that window quickly. So, making the operator, they're able to get a pick to Swinburne quite early here. Turning this into a 4v5 as Spike goes down on C in the meantime. They're going to try and go for that retake, of course. But on C, they have to be careful of that Hunter's Fury down long. So they're very aware that that's the plan from Swinburne as Wally. We're going to take down Prismo. 4v4 situation. The runner back from Mera will get shot down. Doesn't find anything, but Nera finds Star instead. It's a 3v3, and still that Hunter's Fury is such a large threat on to Onyx, and there it is. Well, Meg will be able to get into half in the meantime.
One enemy
Does
remaining.
mean it is going to be possible potentially in the later, but no, Wally doesn't care about the tactics. Just shoots the gun and gets a triple.
Gets the triple and finds the ripple effect there, so going to be happy with that one. We'll be able to lock in another round to their name, and Swinburne only need 2 more if they want to claim this early victory. So it's all up to them just how this one goes, and see how these last moments of prep go now as they have heavy focus towards the A side this time. One lurker in Omen there looking to play towards C.
You want to
Could
play?
even commit
Let's
some forces
play.
to window as well. I like how Wally there just sticking it out. Tour de Force is going to be locked down though, so Macquarie can play around that accordingly, and they won't even get a chance to. Charles, just absolute decapitation.
I honestly thought, Matsy, that would have gone the way of the Tour de Force. But Charles, super sharp, takes down Prismo just like that. Nanera trying to hunt them out. Doesn't get spotted by Prismo, but instead Sorry about Charles, but instead Hausa will be able to take them out. That's a 3v5 situation in favor of Swinburne. And they're very able to get quite aggressively into A. Dominic taken out by Charles too, on an absolute hunt at the moment. The 2v5 situation, and Swinburne, they might be looking to get themselves to match point very shortly, Matsy, as they are rushing down C-Long to get the spike down and find themselves an advantageous situation
enemy
in
remaining.
post-plant.
Spike down.
1v4 now, Matsy.
30 seconds
Looking
left.
good.
Yeah, many advantages have been gained there and many more to follow. We do love advantageous situations, and
Thanks.
Mira certainly not in one. Maybe they can look to take advantage of this in another round going forward. But for now, they're just going to stipulate and look to set up camp up in heaven there and contemplate their actions. See what they can do into what could be the last round in contention, because there's not much flexibility for Macquarie Onyx anymore. You know, Swinburne getting this round to their name means that victory is well and truly within their sights.
No, 100% agree with that. I mean, like, one round is all they'll be needing once this spike goes off. While Onyx, they need 4 just to tie it up, just for the chance of overtime. Onyx will be able to bring one weapon over to the next round, but
Match
what is
point.
their economy looking like? How much can they buy? How can they try and turn these next 4 rounds into wins? There's going to be a lot on their plate at the moment, as they're going to have to fight this uphill battle. And it's not looking good here, Matty. We can see the Stingers, the Sheriffs, the Bulldogs. They do have, of course, a couple of weapons. And they do have the Overdrive.
Eyes up.
But no tour de force. And yeah, weaker weaponry. This could be a difficult fight for Onyx.
Yeah, this feels like only the start of their problems. I think that there's going to be more where that came from, for sure. But see what else is in store in a second as they commit fire to get the capture orb there again. So good for that. But Charles going down. It could be an opening here for Macquarie. They hold back. Itoshi good to adapt around the angle, trying their best to strangle through another angle here, but still more work to be done as the trades continue.
They fully realize that C could be a good angle here as well, considering no one is on it. And Spice will go down immediately. 4v4 situation, definitely so winnable, but not attached. There's something
One
disgusting
enemy remaining.
like that. Triple for them. As Wally, it's one as well. It's all up to Mera here in a 4v1 situation. Try and get themselves out of this, but Tax with the
Attackers
4-piece gets Swinburne the victory.
Well done, well played. 2 outplayers there. Swinburne will be able to push ahead of it this time around, and unfortunate for Macquarie. You know, it felt like they were starting to make a little bit of a comeback towards the tail end of that one, but unfortunately today's not their day. So, got to give props where they are deserved there, and very eager to see how things go for the rest of the night. So that's the first one done, but we got more on the other side of this break, everybody. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to AEL University Elite Series, coming at you with Matsy Profound Rice. It's time to get into our next matchup, and it's going to be none other than Deacon taking on Monash LSL. Ooh, I'm keen for this one.
Same, Matsy. I'm keen as well, with Deacon having Glitch, Cartier, Loki, Olekas, Mutz, and Kaz. While on the other side, Monash has Hugh, Fizzy Chip, Kazuya, MXC, and Goober.
I reckon our observer 2-Tap Tony would love that last one in particular. You know, he's a regular user of that word in particular, so I reckon he'd appreciate that player for sure. But very eager to see how these two teams fare. As always, you know, their aliases are unique as ever, but speaking of unique as ever, we got our match vetoes.
We do indeed, Matsy. We got Lotus Band, Summit Band. I do want to see Summit at one point. I don't think it's going to be anytime soon, especially in best of one situations. Continuing on, Splits Band, Haven Band, Breeze Band, Sunset Band, and we're heading to Ascent. I'm pretty excited about this, Matsy. I don't think we've seen Ascent in the last week or this week so far, so something a little bit different.
Yeah, I'm all for it. Welcome back, Ascent. You know, it's a pleasure to see you once again, and our agent picks are going to be locked in extremely quickly. So Cypher actually getting a bit of play here. You don't see too much Cypher these days, but it's great that they are going to be locked in this time around. You know, always admire some of the information that they can gain, as well as how they can lock down a spike site there with the trap wires and everything in between.
Yeah, excited to see the Cypher coming through. Interesting, Kazuya hasn't decided what Sentinel they want yet. We saw Chamber hovered, we saw Vito hovered, and we saw Vice hovered. Very curious to see what they end up choosing. Those are some picks that aren't commonly chosen on Ascent either. I mean, Chamber a little bit more common, but the others, I'm excited to see how they play here. On the other hand, of course, Sova, Jet, Phoenix, Omen, you love to see them, and they love to be seen on Ascent here. Maybe Monash LSL might actually go for this veto, and I'm excited to see how it goes.
Yeah, keen to see how they go, if they lock in the veto out of the vetoes there. There we go. We'll be locked in and loaded. So, that's going to be our map, our agent picks locked in there. Everything's looking good. Good as it can be, and I'm very excited for what we're going to be able to tell in the story ahead of us, Ricey, because the last one was very close, very competitive for a time there.
Yeah, I mean, the map started off 0-4 and then got tied up, and then went 4-0 in the second half, but they did win that 4 more rounds in the other half, and it just ended up being really exciting to see that back and forth, both teams being very confident on their attacking half, but really knuckling down in that defending half as well. I'm explaining it really poorly, Matsy, but you get what I'm trying to say, right? It was really back and forward and very competitive in that last map, and excited to see what Deacon and Monash do here.
I can read hieroglyphics, you know, I can understand where you're coming from.
Thanks, I'm glad. Really sweet to me today, you know, not bullying me at all with the things that I've been saying, you know, after a long, hard day at work, you know?
I don't know what you're talking about. we keep it, you know, it's all good fun. But the teams are going to be having their own fun now as we move on towards the A side of things there, pushing towards the winery, and going to lock in with the cloud burst. It will be caught by the trap wire there, and a good presence from Short there. Going to be a shutout though, so Shock Dart will keep a distance between them, and they get that spike straight down.
Spike planted.
They do get the spike down. Cartier about to find Kazuya as well, making this now a 3v5 situation. Great use of those Cypher Trip earlier to be able to take down that Jet and turn this into the advantage. So Deacon looking for this retake to do so with the confidence, knowing they have a very strong player advantage. They do trade 1-for-1, and now it's just Gruber left alive. We'll be able to get a double. Unfortunately, not able to confirm the third. Kaz taking out Gruber. We'll be able to also get that defuse as well, and on his way to getting that Hunter's Fury.
One step closer to that one around the corner here, and keen, eager to see what else they can lock it down here. So Monash going to be stepping to the clash at a disadvantage in this one. You know, losing that first round, it's always going to be a tough way forward, but at least there's the bonus round to look forward to later. And keen to see how the veto uses the interceptor, and maybe locks down into the evolution later as well. But still going to be a prep phase for the moment, looking to push it straight towards the midsection here. Can definitely get some presence over through the catwalk and maybe there beyond, but at least they've got dark cover between them to cut off one angle. Still have to worry about Cartier though.
With that, Marshall gets the pick on the cue. Of course, Monash do have the gun advantage and even blinded. Cartier able to get that fire shot. Getting two, but Luba is able to trade it out. As though we'll be able to get one enemy remaining advantage towards Deacon. And rightly so with the better weaponry. 1v3 situation, Kazuya last one left alive and he's got deep here, Matzy. I don't even know if Deacon is well aware of where he's going at the moment. Monash able to maybe pick up that spike if Deacon doesn't turn around, but they do. Look straight into Kazuya's crosshairs as a weapon upgrade. What's Glitch? Able to get that headshot with a reload. He's gonna go the give Glitch a massive favor and be able to get Deke that second round.
Well done to Deacon there. They will be able to lock in two, and we move on to the next round. And now, Monash, it's their time to bring their best into the clash here. They got Phantoms, Vandals, and they're ready to cause a scandal over the other sides of the map here. But Monash going to be pushing straight through towards a B main here. Do have at least one player in Goober there, just holding patiently outside the spawn there, waiting to lock in on something perhaps. But for now, the rest of Monash, they're taking it slow, taking it easy, and they're ready to burst straight into B. But those trap wires are going to be a big problem.
Definitely indeed, Matzy.
Tripwire destroyed.
Careful here. One of the tripwires are going to be destroyed by that shot card arrow. As Lekka will be able to also take down the AOC. Be careful about the flank in mid. Forts completely unawares. Cartier as well is going to be falling to Gluber. He gets this double kill over on A side, which means it's all now up to Mutz, who will be able to get one. And Monash, in a very strong fashion, they'll get their anti-bonus. Deacon had that weaker bonus around there, and with Monash just took full advantage, Matzy, and get themselves on the board.
Yeah, will get themselves on the board and ready to flow their way into another. See if they have it in them, though, in order to lock it in 2 in a row as well. As the show now goes on. Operator, can you take my call? We'll see if they will receive it heading into the next round now.
Azir was thinking about pushing out into mid, but is more worried about Tree, which does get smoked. It's going to look around the corner. Finds Kazuya, finds the operator. And in fact, Kazuya answers Cartier's call there. Turning this now into a 4v5 situation. Monash are a little bit worried about the B main, and rightly so, because operator has moved over towards watching that angle. And the spike is now going to go through mid, potentially, with that shadow, cloud, smoke as coverage. Aldrone does not spot them in the meantime as Fizzy's trying to hold this B main as well in case anyone is going to push up aggressively. Hugh tries to confront the operator, but Gluber, having his back, will be able to take down Cartier. This opens up mid, and a lot of potential situations for Monash to rotate into. As Deacon now have to be careful where these players are going. And with the runner back, they're heading towards B, with the tripwires now being taken out. Opens things up, but Lekka Faces is still on the site.
30 seconds left.
They're not able to make as much space as they wanted now. With 30 seconds left, Monash are going to get desperate here. They'll be able to take down Mutz. Fizzy Trip going to be traded out, and now it's all up to just Hugh. We're going to get one, but has no idea Lekka is there right behind that corner. Lekka is able to get that pick, and Deke now on 3.
Keep that furnace
Well done to Deacon there. We'll be able to get on top once more. So, 2 rounds ahead here, and could it be more in store if they continue to lock in just like this? Lekka good for it with the trap wires there. Considering their angles, considering their options before they spring back to action. So only seconds remain before the barriers come down here. They are looking for maybe a little bit of a mid split here. Play through Link, top mid there. See if they can catch a Cartier perhaps, or maybe someone else. But with the Blade Storm already at the ready, I can sense some big aggression coming through, especially if Lekka plays a spotter role there. Just try and divert their attention. Cartier and Co can burst straight out of short at a moment's notice.
I think that might be what they're doing here as Mods Cartier. They're able to get one each, Matty. It's pretty good for Deacon.
Spike down.
Now getting a
mid.
third as well. It's a 2v4 situation. And with the information as well from Euro Theft, Monash have been revealed. Feels now just a bit like a hunt from Deacon here. They've got full control of the spike, Matsy. It feels all but one for Deacon this round.
All but one and ready to get the job done again soon. So take it easy for the moment. Monash just chilling in spawn for the time being. Could be caught by Lekka though. The rest of their team is in mid. Like there's no one really to support them here. I mean, if they do push into the angle, Kaz can help them. Just try and swing
30
through.
seconds
They
left.
might have to do it in a second. Lekka
remaining.
does lock on one. Not going to be good for both though. Fizzy Chip finds a way through, trying to play around it, grounding more and more. Glitch will shut the door on it though, so Deacon take 4.
I saw the vision. I saw it. I saw the universe where the headshots lined up and potentially got to see a 4-piece there, but that is not today. That is not this universe here. And so Deacon find themselves in 4 here. Looking pretty strong, but Monash, they did have a weaker weaponry by that previous round, and this one is going to be having a decent buy coming through. Unfortunately, a lot of half shields and still a bulldog in the hands of Hugh, but it's still pretty strong. It's definitely extremely winnable. Gonna be pushing out B though. Here instead as Fizzy Chip will start things off quite strongly, taking down Cartier. So from the shadows gonna be used as well as the evolution. Like a face though doesn't care, takes down Kazuya immediately. Make that a triple, 12 HP for his efforts. But still, you don't need more than 1 HP if you're landing headshots like that. Luba now last one left alive. And Mutz takes him out just like that. And Deacon are now on 5. They're looking real strong here, Matty.
Strong as can be, and they will be looking alive for more. So 4 rounds between our teams now. Deacon only need 2 more, and the half is secured for them. Monash struggling to find a way forward. You know, they've been basically left by the wayside in a lot of points here. You can see that they're considering their options, what else they can do now. Do have the Sheriff at the ready for Fizzy Chip, but I mean, it's a very strung together buy heading into this one. So the problem's only going to be worse for the moment. We'll see if this rush tactic towards A, though, works out, considering they are trying to overwhelm with numbers. I don't know if it's going to be enough, however.
Potentially wanting to get Hugh that Blade Storm, and Hugh will be able to get a peek onto Glitch. Has it available, but not if Mutz then immediately takes him down. Cartier gets one to make that 2 now.
Player standing.
And it's a 1v4 situation. I mean, Deacon, they're very low for their efforts, but as I said previously, you only need 1 HP to be able to get a kill. And Kazuya manages to dodge all the bullets, but not that final one from Lekka. And Deacon now on 6. They're halfway here to potentially getting themselves to 12. I mean, that's a long way, guys. Halfway, they've managed to get themselves to 6.
Could be 7 in a second. We'll see how they
8?
fare, though.
Yes, this should do.
Maybe 8 or more.
Okay.
Still a few more in store here. So we'll wait and see how that goes in a second.
This is a nice spot.
So we hold on now. Preparations being laid bare there. Trap wires in place. In the dark, waddling around. Gotta love that. Let's see if they hit the ground running, though. A is the play here. Monash not going to have much resistance. They do run back through 3, though, so take the opportunity, but being blocked off. Mutz are good for 1 through the smoke there, but the spike plan is almost certain.
Yeah, Spike will go down.
Be faster.
And Cartier is able to take down their fellow Jet.
Spike planted.
3v4. A lot of ultimates available for both teams. Coming through, but Fizzy, Gloober, they're just going to use their guns, their weapons. Take down 2, but Glitch Mutz make things more in their favor. It's a 1v2. It's all up to just Fizzy. We'll be able to take down Mutz. Glitch is extremely low here. Only 30 HP. The flash, it connects. But Fizzy is unaware where Glitch snuck off to. And so Glitch will be able to take advantage of that. Fizzy, Foles, and Deacon are now officially on 7.
7-1, the fun continues, and Deacon feeling good about this one so far, but be aware this is only the defender side, you know, when they launch their way over to the attacking segment, things could change entirely. I think a lot of success may be weighing on the pistol itself, but we don't know until we know how the rest of this half is going to go, because there's a few more rounds still yet in store, and Monash, they might have a resurgence that we weren't expecting coming forward into this one now. They continue their strides made over towards A here. They did have a little bit of success in that last one, but they weren't able to lock it in. Maybe this could be the turnaround.
They definitely are looking for something here, Matzy. Desperate for something, but feels like Lekka just knows exactly where they want to be pushing in. Has the tripwire, has the camera, has the positioning as well. Newer theft is available if they're able to get a corpse, and well, maybe one is going to be delivered here to Lekka. As Hugh will fall. Cartier and Glitch, they've also rotated over quickly to be able to get one each, as well as Fizzy. We'll be able to take down Lekka. No Newer theft today. And now with MXC, last one left alive, falls to Cartier. Deacon, make it look easy.
Make it look easy as can be. One step at a time here. 8-1, and it's going to be a timeout coming out from Goober this time. So, you know what? I got to give respect to them for it. Considering how dire things have been in the beginning here, there's a good opportunity for them to reflect and see if they can find some kind of path towards even the smallest recovery here, because, I mean, anything is going to make a world of difference, especially towards the tail end of the half here. You need to just snatch back as many rounds as you possibly can.
100%. I mean, this does feel like a little bit of a rough situation. Might be underselling it a little bit, Matzy, but a little bit rough for Monash here, considering, I mean, Deacon, they're definitely on a roll here. They only need 5 more rounds to win out this entire series. And Monash need more like 12, so it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle. They might be able to win more on their defending half, but they definitely want these last 3 rounds to give themselves a decent opportunity. Otherwise, yeah, 8-4, it's definitely workable. 9-3, I mean, you can dream as well. Call upon the 9-3 curse, but a 10-2 or a 1-11, that's really dire territory.
Get out of my way.
Oh, this is a
Dire straits, but we open the gates at 2 or more as the Blade Storm comes out now. Monash ready to try and dash through towards B with that one, potentially. See what they can manage to string together, though. Take it slow, take it easy. We'll shut down the camera, so at least the vision going to be nullified. Does force a bit of a rotation on our defenders here. Having 3 onto B now, still going to be a couple onto A. Trying to play around the trap wires, but there we go. Blade Storm does open up the account there, and it will be traded just as quick. So good for one on both sides. The battle only just beginning.
Things go quiet for a little bit. As they walk straight into Cartier's crosshairs on A. Double kill. Shot down by MXC, but damage has been dealt onto Monash. 2v3 situation. The weaponry is low, but they're making work with it. Able to get down, take 2 out, but it's going to be hard to try and get onto A side with Deacon already rotating over. Looking to try and make sure that this spike does not go down. Gloober does have a Vandal in hand, has been able to upgrade in the meantime, but has to watch all the angles as they cross through tree. Finds Lekka, gets the better with the better angle. Now it's a 2v2 situation. Definitely possible. Definitely winnable. Out comes Hunter's Fury. We'll be able to, though, take down immediately MXC. And now with only 10 seconds left, Gloober is able to get one. Has enough time for the spike plant, but Kaz going to be able to get a recon dart arrow out. Get information, and Gloober clutches up for the team of Monash. 8 HP left. but they did it.
They got it done at long last. They found a way back in. They're going to be very happy with that. But see what else they can cook up now. As they hold position, wait patiently for the round to come. This could be the first step towards something grander here. The first step towards something new. But let's see what they can do now as the barrier is all but opened. And now it's split or steal. Who will seal the deal here from Monash as they look to take a scope of both sides early on.
Glitch able to hold down A site, prevent them from pushing up too far. As Deacon seemed to have good control over A site, so Monash thinking things over. Maybe they want to go to B. Be backing off slightly from A as Muddo thinks things are suspicious on Rafters. Runs it back. Takes down one. Takes down Kazuya. And is going further, clearing out quite a lot of angles. And now Cardia has a very strong, deep position in mid to hold. And watch this flank come through. Be careful though. They're carrying the spike. Kazuya has the Odin as well. If they try and push through B main, this could get very scary, Matsy.
Terrifying even, and it's getting even more so as the Grim Reaper has now come to reap what they sow. Starting to show here. Monash being left behind, a player by player. Cloudburst over the top there just to try and cross the angle. You see the flash through. Fizzy Chip, good for Weiner, but it's one and done. A Glitch will be able to leave them dead in the water. So 9-2 now. One more round to go. Monash might just make that curse come true.
Very amazing positioning from Cardia. They're able to get that rotation, spot the rotation from Monash, and be able to drop that spike and get a second as well in mid. Really opening things up for Deacon. But real situation, real dark situation currently for Monash. They could hope for that 9-3. They want to get this round desperately here. But Deacon, they have so many strong weapons in their hand, including this Odin and 3 ultimates as well. It's going to be an uphill battle for Monash here. Glitch, holding mid. Might spot here a heavy stack. Has to be careful. Now finally spots them, but realizes 4, maybe too many for Glitch. Will fall back. Paranoia lands, but the sprays do not. Be careful though. Will not be able to get anyone, and now Monash find themselves with a double. A 2-player advantage. Flashes do connect here for Mutz. Will be able to get one, trade with his life. And it's now up to Kaz with this Odin to try and hold things down for a little bit longer. As Neotheft to come out as well. Finds a lot of information. As now the Odin sprays come through the walls. But Kazuya gets the shot into Lika. That 9-3 curse. It is possible, and it is here for Monash.
You've cast a curse them, Ricey.
I have.
Well
I'm
done.
so sorry.
I gotta love
I'm
it.
sorry. I actually believe. Genuinely, it could be a thing here. As I do switch sides, defense is a very strong situation here on Haven.
On Ascent, yes.
Ascent.
I do love to see it. No, you know what, Ricey? Now that the curse has come true, we're going to see 9-13 in favor of Monash, right?
Yeah.
I believe.
100%.
Yep. It's going to happen right here, right now. You heard
Wait,
it here
are
first.
we cursing it? Are we like uncursing it? I don't know what's happening anymore. I'm not.
Game's the game.
I'm not familiar with the caster curse techniques, like I'm sure you are. So you must teach me your ways.
Oh, yes, there's a ritual behind it, you know? We're just doing it subconsciously every time we cast the wonderful game. But we move on through now. We'll be looking to hold back for a second. MXC are prepared around the corner and push out the shock dart if needed. Recon dart as well. Just waiting for their time. But it looks like Deacon have actually switched gears here. They're looking to move back towards B, and I think this is the right call considering basically the whole team of Monash is kind of going very A focused. I mean, seeing Lekka there towards mid, definitely looking for information as well. Be a good turn of the tides here, but looks like Fizzy Chip will start off.
That he does with a double. But Cartier and Kaz, they trade things up, make things even. Be careful though of the HP bars, as Kazuya and Cartier will both fall. And now it's all up to Mutz here. Fizzy gets the better end. Monash looking good on the defender half, taking the pistol.
Well done, well played. They will be able to find a way back in. This is the best case scenario for Monash here. They're back on track. Might even be able to take another round with them as well. So, can look to close the distance a little bit there, but there's still much, much more in store that they have to achieve here. So, keen curious. See what else they can do. They even got the Bulldogs out. Why not? Bring everything into the fray there. They can afford it. Bring it in. But let's see how they bring it through now. Deacon, ready to go on B. Could go for a bit of a rush here. Flash ready as well. Fizzy Chip, spray, pray, and ready to save the day. Only found one so far. Did open the opportunity for the trade for Kaz there. But I mean, other than that, everyone's dead in the water.
That they are, Matsy. A 2v4 situation. Monash, I'm sure, very happy about this. But A is going to be the sites. Deacon. Have Spike in hand. And Monash, they do have two players hovering nearby, clearing the plant. Rotation will come through, of course. And now in this 2v4 situation, Monash definitely want to try and clean up. Be able to take this anti-eco for themselves and give themselves a good bonus for the next round. Artia, though, lands a headshot, does a bit of damage. Kazio is going to push forward here with a massive rifle shot. Bluber as well. And Monash, they were able to get the defuse off and get themselves 5 and a very, very strong bonus weaponry.
Yeah, well done to them, and there will be able to take control of the rounder, stroll through it. And now, close the gap a little bit more. So, little by little, starting to spin things back into proportion, back in action. They're very eager for what else is yet to come, as still have to settle the accounts. Still more work to put through here, but see exactly how things fare momentarily as the gates are all but opened. Heading a fourth into this one, and they're going to be good to go without a doubt. But without a doubt, we get down to business now, paired with the drone there, and need to hone in on whatever could lay between them and the site.
Deacon have chosen B side, which is not a bad choice considering it is slightly weaker. Both the rifles of Monash are on A at the moment, but Deacon do have the veto here, hovering, utility set. Kazuya is going to try and hold down the fort, be able to get one with the stinger. He's going to be able to teleport out into safety as well, but not Fizzy. Fizzy will be taken out in the meantime, but Amid Hugh with that rotation is able to get one as well. Monash still looking decent here for a potential retake. Not if Kaz, though, has anything to say. Cartier gets better as well. Good angle, a good double kill. And now it's all up to Hugh. He'll be able to get Cartier, but 45 HP for his efforts. Has to try and get the angle. One hiding in the smoke, one who just planted, but the timing. Kaz peeks out from the smokes, takes out Hugh, and the anti-bonus is Deacon's to claim.
There's to claim and the call to answer here. Let's see how they touch upon this one moving forward. Still more to be placed into consideration here. Still more to consider. 10 seconds to go. Both teams still full steam ahead here. The economy on Deacon a little bit more split. I think Cartier's in good straits. If they can just get one capture orb there, should be a-okay. Even one kill, even. They'll have a Blade Storm at the ready, but at the moment, a little bit of an advantage to Monash with what they can bring. Still, that can change very, very quickly, especially with how close they're playing to the midsection now from short. And Mutz has got a good spot as well over the market there.
That he did. Got to see a little bit of information. Now Cartier aggressively pushing up. Has Sheriff in hand. He's going to try and get the headshot. Okay. Fizzy popped to the right and back, and unfortunately still met his demise. As now Kaz also takes down Gluber as well. It's now a 3v4 situation. Hugh is able to take down though Cartier, even things up a little bit. Now 3v3, and Spike is being collected in the meantime. Has a long way to travel from spawn. And Hugh will still be able to trade out one more. Keeps things competitive and dangerous now in a 2v2 situation. Spike is going to arrive finally on site. But it gives plenty of time for Monash to bring the last two players over. Go for this retake. Mats is not able to remove the recon. And will be able to be found by MXC. It's a 1v2. Glitch gets one, knows where the last one is. TPs tries to bait it out. Play inside the minds of Monash. Double guess which side he's on, but MXC is not playing with him. Gets the pick and gets the defuse.
Well done. Well played to Monash again. They managed to break back in when it mattered, when it counted there. We'll be able to reap the rewards accordingly. So, we'll be very happy with the beginning ahead of them here, but there's still more work to be put in. Still more work to be done as the timeout now comes through. So, got to admire the timeouts being actually considered from our teams here, because not a lot of teams actually put that into perspective. You know, they don't give themselves that time to take it easy.
Yeah, it's really good to see these teams really thinking about it, wanting to make sure they do their absolute best here and learn from these experiences, but also get themselves back in the game. Sometimes things can feel really desperate, especially in the situation that Monash has found themselves in. They have, though, turned things around. They've gotten 3 rounds here on the defending half. They did lose one, but on the other hand, Deacon, they're feeling like maybe things are going to start unraveling for themselves. They're a little bit worried. They want to be able to try and close this up as quickly as possible. Only 3 rounds away from taking this map. They know, they feel they can do it. And Monash, they really want to be able to, though, stop Deacon from getting these last 3 rounds. They've got a long journey still to go. Winning 3 here on their defending half is a start to the journey. Just climbing the foothills at the moment. But the peak, where Deacon is sitting at, is a little bit of a way.
Yeah, it's a long way to the shop if you want a sausage roll. And we'll see how these teams stroll into this round now. Mutts and Co. ready. Push their way straight in with the owl drone there. See if they can be zoned out. Good spot on the Q. Flash coming through though. Fizzy Chip already ripping it apart. Open and shut for 3. Hugh locking in. It's amazing on the defense. Glitch is at least good for 1 there. Oh my goodness. Surprised they caught Fizzy Chip out of that endeavor, but gotta give them props. Still, gonna be a great round. Lockdown for Monash.
Respect. I respect that second shot from Glitch. I mean, that was absolutely fantastic to see. But yeah, the round, of course, did go the way of Monash. It was really well played there by Fizzy Chips and fantastic flash coming through, connecting on all members on a triple kill that followed straight from that. Really opened things up for Monash, and the rest of the team have obviously followed after that. I mean, Glitch with that double kill was beautiful still. Kept things pretty decent in terms of economy, but the round went the way of Monash, and that lessened the gap between the two. What used to be a 6-round gap is now only 3 here. So Monash, definitely very happy. But that timeout from Deacon, potentially they were discussing things. And maybe this is where Deacon starts to take control of the game once more.
Yeah, this could be their time. MXC, though, not going to allow any control to be taken. They will dictate the pace early and find the opening kill. So, need to see more blood spilt here. But yeah, it's a patiently Cloudburst ahead, avoiding the shock dart for the time being. There's still more work to be done, however. So they wait their time, their moment. Still pushing around it, good with the wall. Oh no, will at least catch Kazuya on the trade there, but not quite prepared for that angle.
It's the gun upgrade though. Good for Cartier. Out comes Hunter's Fury from Monash. The Deacon, they are running this post-plant situation now with a 2-player disadvantage. We were able to catch Cartier completely unawares as Glitch is hiding in the smoke, waiting for the opportunity to push out, but only has a sheriff in their hands, and last one left alive finds nothing as Monash are now on 8. Competitive game we've got on our hands here, Mats, against Deacon. Find themselves now with only 2-round advantage.
Yeah, well done to them and theirs there. We'll be able to close the gap triumphantly. With only 2 between them now, Deacon need to desperately lock in as soon as they possibly can here. I mean, they've got 4 ults to their name, so realistically, there's tools at their disposal. They can do something. Need to see what that something is, though. So the dark cover gets prepared by Goober here. looking to lock down the A side of things, potentially just take it easy, cut off the early rush potential, and maybe then some. But Deacon ready to take split control over mid, pushing up catwalk there, play through the link as well. Might actually be met with Goober in a second. Paranoia prepared to play the angle, but the dark cover not going to allow them to get that vision there. They at least will fall back to sight, but communications are good. Still the kill even better there for Monash, and they lock it in for 3. At least they have to run it back, so Mutz will be able to recover, but it's still such a rough start.
Very rough indeed, Monash. Looking real strong, real locked in here. And they're able to get one more here as well. It's now a 2v4 situation. At least it's not flawless for Deacon, as they are now in a very dire situation. Deke has Kaz with only 16 HP. They do still have hold of the spike, so they can rotate over to B if they need to. Aware that their tripwire hasn't been triggered just yet, so B main should be reasonably safe. But Monash, though, of course, going to be able to rotate as quickly as they do. And they do have those 3 ultimates to their name as well.
30 seconds
From the
left.
shadows. Could help them rotate quickly if they need. But with only 30 seconds left, it looks like here, Matzy, they're just potentially going for a save.
Could be forced to latibulate in this situation. You know, you're going to have to concede for the moment. Look to fight the battle
10
again
seconds
at a
left.
later date, perhaps. Will be hunted down, however, as the time may be against them here. Trapwire will be activated, so they've at least got scope of their position, but they're heading straight towards us there, and Lekka will go 1-for-1 on the trade. Still, round will be one. Kaz, oh my goodness, more seconds, and that could have been Dunzo for that player, but they at least managed to survive through. Still, the round's not surviving through for a Deacon, as Monash close the gap to 1 now, and they are just really taking this one all the way to the top. You know, I think that they may even have it in the cards to exceed them and take it over to 11 on the other side of this.
What a game this would be, Matzy, if Monash do take the victory. Coming from, I think it was 8-1 at one point round, now to 10-9. They've definitely fought hard to come back. Very much a it's a very confusing situation for Deacon, I'm sure. They had the advantage in their defensive half, and now they seem to be struggling as Hugh starts things off strong over an A, takes down Glitch. For Deacon, they're trying to head towards B. Kaz is able to get a double. Keep things competitive, keep things 3v3, as Monash had already found 2 as well. Able to get onto B, able to use the Neo Theft as well, find the last 3 players of Monash, and they're well aware now that all 3 are heading through main. Spike will go down, and they prepare for themselves from the onslaught from Monash. Ultimate coming through, right at back. Hunter's Fury finds Fizzy Chip. Sorry, not Hunter's Fury. As they're now at a 2v3 situation, running back expires. Able to get some information as well, know where Fizzy is. Now finds Gluber though. And Deacon are looking good to stop Monash's snowball situation, as it's all up to Fizzy. He's a 3-piece. Cartier shuts down any possibility.
Finally, the avalanche will come to a halt, and we see Deacon but take the first steps in their own assault here. 1 round to stop the slide and see if they can ride the momentum towards some more rounds of their own now. Take it slow and steady for the time being here, but they lay down the preparations and are on a relatively even footing here, albeit the operator being the big difference here for Kazuya. They can look to come in this one with a big bang. So, ready to see how they do that. They wait patiently. The timing, oh, not good enough. Fizzy Chip luckily was present with them. Otherwise, that could have been a very nasty. Speaking of Kazuya, goodbye, farewell. Cartier back on track.
4v4. The dust settles. Keeps them quiet for a little bit. There's now Deacon. They haven't been able to make heaps of space here just yet. They're able to get that 1 pick. Traded though. And now they're thinking maybe A is where we want to go. They do have a bit of information from not being pushed out on, but they still want to go towards A instead. Where Hugh is lying in wait. Might be walking straight into the crosshairs, but no, Cartier manages to get that shot instead. Hugh folds. And now Monash, gonna have to try and retake here as the spike will go down on A. Deacon, now in a 4v3 situation, looking positive. Potentially be able to get themselves here to match point as Glitch is able to get that flanker. Busy chips. 2v4. As the last two remaining members of Monash are going to be approaching from high ground. MXC taken out. All up to Gloober here to try and get themselves onto double digits, but it's looking a little bit difficult. Potentially going for a save instead. Exit picks, Cartier taken out. 21 HP, retreats, and the gun will be saved for the next round.
Saved it through for the next one and ready. Get the job done here, but Deacon can be very satisfied with the outcome of this one now because now they lock in a series point here. All they need is one more. So everything eventually starting to come together exactly the way they would have hoped for and maybe then some. Let's see what they can do. Coming in to another round ahead of us now. Would be the final round if they play their cards right, or we could see another bit of fight put on full display by Monash. They got the odds to do it, and I am keen to see them push through it and give it their absolute best here, because I want to see this one go all the way to OT. Yes, we do, but it's time for the blades to come out of the sheet.
That they do, Monash. Bringing out the blades, trying to keep things advantageous for themselves. I should just stop trying to say that word, shouldn't I? Cartier will be able to get one into Kazuya. But it's going to be traded out for Mutz. Busy gets another. Monash finally get themselves a one-player advantage, something they desperately need here if they want to stay in this game. Hugh finds one with the blades. Good. As Busy gets a triple here. And Monash finally find themselves on double digits.
Yeah, well done to them and theirs there. They will be able to bounce back into the occasion here. And now seek their own further path forward. We lock in, lock it down for match point once again. Both teams still prepared as they can be, still ready to draw out any innate potential and take this one absolutely to the top. But speaking of the top, the barrier comes down. It's a full send towards A here, and no one is on the site. Like, they have the potential to wrap back from the jet here, maybe the rest, but they've basically made it open season for Deacon here. They can just take the upper space. It's going to be a 5-on-5 retake situation on the other side of this.
Very much a very exciting situation potentially coming through. As you said, it's a 5v5 fight breaking out, but currently it's Deacon. They just fully exploded, take down every member of Monash, and get themselves the victory finally. 13-10.
Well done and well played there. You know, it looked a bit rough for wear for a time there, but eventually they managed to lock back in and claw it straight back. So hard work pays off, and got to give them, you know, their props when they are deserved. But that's going to be that for that series, everybody. We got more on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon. Welcome back, everybody, to AEL University Elite Series. Matzi and Ricey coming at ya with yet another banger. It's UUT taking on RMIT Red. Ooh, this is going to be a good one. I can't wait.
I'm excited to see this QUT versus RMIT Red. We've got Hugh, Tactics, Musket, Chesil, Wire, Uncle Jad, Epoch, Spectrum, Deji, and Sty.
Everybody's coming out today and going to be bringing the very best plays. Very keen to see what they can do here. You know, I think that, as always, creative aliases and creative plays from our rosters. But here's our vetoes coming at you.
That they are, Matty. First off the bat is Summit Band, then Haven, Sunset, Ascent, Breeze, Lotus. They're all gone, Matty, and it leaves us with Split. A little bit more variety today. I'm liking it. We've had 3 separate maps, different maps today, and I'm excited to see Split.
Me too. I love the diverse split coming through from all the maps being seen here tonight, and I'm eager to see what else they're going to bring as well. But speaking of what else they're going to bring, our agent picks get locked down now. Viper is actually going to be the first one on the mark there alongside Omen. Fade being covered by Cheezel as well. You see the Rays locked in there, so I can detect a lot of potential from our defensive side here, but looks like the attack is going to be just as quick, locking down so many things all at once, and I'm keen to see how they get down to business.
Excited to see the variety coming through as well. I mean, Viper and Rays are going to be the mainstays for both of these two teams, but we do have a difference in the initiators. We have a Fade versus a Sky, and more surprises coming through. I mean, Clove versus an Omen as well. I mean, Clove is a bit more aggressive, so I'm excited to see whether or not a bit more of aggressive plays are coming out from these attackers coming through with our Clove pick, being able to use the Not Dead Yet multiple times, potentially. But, you know, with this current matchup coming through, I'm really excited to see how these two teams play it out.
Play it out well is all we can hope for. Or even better yet, play it out fantastic! As we jump in to the pistol right now, let's get down to it. See who's going to be the one to start on the strong suit here. So we have a setup towards the lobby now. Just waiting patiently to lock into this one. RMIT looking to dedicate all forces towards A for that matter. Do have a couple to deal with there. You know, I can see that I've got Cheezel playing towards the Heaven side of things there. Do have Wire as well. Potentially look to secure the ramps angle here. So they try and angle their way forward. But without further ado, let's go.
That we do. Walls disappear. And RMIT got to be pushing up A. They spot one player, but they're still going to be pushing through aggressively, as they do with a double duelist setup coming through. They're able to get themselves onto A side, but they lose Deji in the process. But Spectrum, Sty, they're able to take down 3. And QUT are now in a 2v4 situation.
Spike
With just an
planted.
Omen and a Phoenix left alive to try and retake the site. It's going to be difficult indeed, as Tactics is left by themselves to face potential 3 players, one after the other. Not able to land a single shot at Poch. And Poch just takes them out immediately. And is now last one left alive is just the Phoenix, who will be able to get one with the Bandit. 1v3 situation, 70 HP for his efforts as well. Healthy enough to be able to potentially get a 3-piece, but has to land every single one of his shots. But Epoch once more gets the last one. And RMIT Red start things off strong.
Yeah, good job from Epoch and Co there, locking in our first round and ready to hit the ground running with more, as they had a confident pursuit over towards the A site here, and may even look to set their sights there again, at least in the lurk aspect, as the rest of them look to spread their reach over towards B this time around. Can look to lock it down with a quick push over towards Garage, I'd say, but I like how they at least keep the lurker there to play that more distractive role. Still, we're going to stroll ahead now, guiding light in hand, and ready to jump into the Tasmanian Tiger form, try and get some little handle on things, but Tactics will fall.
That they do. 4v5. RMIT very happy with the pick they got on B. But they realize that A is empty, as scouted by their lurker. They're rushing over, should be heard by Wire here. Yes, very well aware. So QUT are going to rotate as well over towards A. Wire may be able to get one player here at the back. They time things right. Deji, just be careful. Has to be watching all directions. Head on a swivel, but is not right now. As Dye will be able to get Chisel. Now Wire goes for the back shots.
Last player
Takes down
standing.
Sty. Now it's a 1v3 situation. As Hugh is able to get one as well. And with that, RMIT will be able to get their anti-eco. They lose a couple, but it all's well when it ends well.
All's well that ends well. You gotta love it, Ricey, and very keen for what else will be in store here. You know, I think our teams are gonna be gearing on up to lock it in the best way they can. Still, need to see if they can get some early scouting into the mix before we put things on to a triumphant start here. So looking to take it slow and steady before we get into the mix of it all again. For now, though, see. The gates are open. They're ready to send it to Garage here. You have the Tasmanian Tiger locked in. Uncle Jad trying to scout him out. Knows there's going to be one around the corner, so play patiently there. Epoch might actually be spotted by Hugh as well. Probably can hear them jumping there, so they're already adapting their crosshair placement accordingly. But it's good that they have this lurker to go for information and clear some space here. Oh, that could be big.
It is indeed, Matty. Epoch takes out Hugh. RMIT Red. They've got the one player advantage here. They are running here the bonus round. Notice there's one in the smoke of the spams. They land true. Another victim to RMIT Red. It's a 4v3 situation. They have the advantage. They're looking for a B plant. Tactic has to be careful, as they are the only one on site currently. Looking for B main as well, trying to keep cover for the flanker, but won't be lasting long enough for that as Uncle Jad takes out tactics, gets the spike down. The 2v4 situation. Wire finally completes the flank. Gets Deji. 2v3. It's possible for QUT to fight back here. It's still a winnable situation. They do have good weaponry, and Wire is good for one more here. Jizel is trying to break in from heaven, from high ground. Let's be careful though that Spectrum here is also on the high ground. Essentially, here's where the bullet comes from as Wire gets a triple here, keeps things alive and well. Jizel finally gets Spectrum as well. And QUT will be able to get their anti-bonus.
Long last. We'll be able to break in to that one confidently. So, gonna be happy with that and see what else they can do here. So they gear on up and now do manage to meet each other eye to eye with relatively the same economy across both sides for the time being. But we'll see what else is going to be in store now with 10 seconds to go. We've got the Guardians coming out. Phantoms, Vandal, everything looking good for QUT. It's all Vandal town for RMIT though, and they're going for a bit of a and B split here. Just play for some information early already. Trying to go for more. Epoch starts off strong there. Ramp control now going to be stifled a little bit. Tasmanian Tiger breaking in. So it's A and B. They don't know where to rotate to. This is great for RMIT because it means that they can't confidently rotate to one side or the other here.
They realize though no one's on B, so they're sending one player over immediately. And out comes the Seekers. Should be aware now that it is B. Phoenix will be able to get one, but Uncle Jad with that Odin deals a lot of damage into Chisel. 2v4 situation, QUT looking a bit rough for Wes now. As Uncle Jad holds close angles with this Odin. Be very difficult for QUT to try and break into it. Instead, trying to go for a save, but in mid, things could get quite difficult. Never mind, Phoenix still able to get that pick. Epoch was not able to get the surprise on the Phoenix. Very well aware of this dangerous situation that QUT have found themselves in. But the saves should come through. The two weapons should find themselves over to the next round here. As RMIT secure themselves now 3 rounds.
The okay, oh, and they will get it done there, finding the kill in the end as well. Gonna be happy with that RMIT. No survivors. Well, only one this time, but alas, it's good to get back in positive strides there. You know, QUT did take a round, sure, but that's all they're really going to be able to deliver this time around. So, economy going to be a little bit in a worse position now for the QUT side. Like, they've still got something to bring into fruition here, but whether it is going to be everything they were hoping for and more, that's truly to be tested in rounds coming forward. For now, though, RMIT wait patiently. They're not ready to come into this one swiftly towards an A-sided attack.
Yeah, very heavy stack from our RMIT. Should be good to be able to get the spike down. As you said, it's a bit of a weaker site on A. With the hate shows, Phoenix will fall just like that. Was damaged quite heavily in the earlier push. As RMIT now pops the showstopper. Looking for the angle. QUT have to be respectful. They're all in spawn, just sitting ducks for Sty at the moment. Showstopper will go out. Of course, doesn't land on anyone. Now Sty tries to go for another, but Tactics will be able to win that duel. Uncle Jad has this Odin, is trying to prevent QUT from getting anywhere close to the spike. And it's a very successful strategy. QUT have to go for a save here, a second save in a row, as RMIT are fully in control of this 5th round.
Be in control and be more to follow here. Attackers once again will be able to lock it down. Well done to RMIT Red there. They continue to spread their reach one after the other. So, 1-4 current score line and seeking to take it one step higher. But what I like is that they are bringing out the Odin. Uncle Jad is ready to stat pad with that one, but whether they will get much from it, that's to be tested coming into the round and going forward here. Looks like RMIT are spreading back, though, towards that 4-1 split here. Do have the Toxic Wall up on towards A as well, so they will reunite through mid, perhaps. But it's a B-sided take to start.
That it is. Aggressively pushing on. B-side. Currently with 4 heavy players strong. Turns things into a 4v4 situation, though. Never mind as Deji will be able to get a double kill. Steps up quite strongly for the team of RMIT. Spike will go down. 2v4 situation. Hope to see QUT try and go for the retake here. Even though it's a very difficult situation here. QUT, they've gone for the save twice in a row now. Why able to get 1 pick onto Sty? Make things now a 2v3. It was a bit more possible as now out comes Showstopper, but shut down immediately by Epoch. And this Odin, it's spelling so much doom for QUT. RMIT super strong with it. Uncle Jad just needs to spray and pray. And now comes a... Is this the second timeout? For QUT?
I guess it makes sense, right? Because, you know, they just need to take a moment to compose themselves here. Let's see if they can bring themselves back into perspective. Obviously, it's difficult when you lose a few rounds in a row. You know, it seems almost impossible to kind of stop that flow state that your opponent's in until you find that one opportunity, the one opening. So, hopefully on the other side of this timeout, they've managed to find a way to compose themselves. They've got an effective strategy forward. We could see that turnaround that they're seeking out.
They definitely need a reset. Think about some other strategies as well, because RMIT, they definitely look like they're fully in control at the moment. They've been able to win 3 rounds in a row here, able to get that first 2 rounds as well. The only round that QUT was able to win was the anti-bonus round, and that was 4 rounds ago now. They're able to scrap a somewhat of a buy here, bringing themselves an Odin of for themselves, but the shields just aren't there for this buy. They're going to have to really make sure they get their headshots, get their picks, and try and take this around for themselves. QUT, do you have 2 Ultimates to work with? Runner back is available. I'm wondering if they're going to be using it right off the bat. Try and make some space. But they won't be. Not using it in mid just yet, waiting for some sound. Figure out where RMIT are poking their heads around. Only just playing a default at the moment. Players in mid, couple players in B, getting some information, but maybe going to be pushing up into heaven. Start considering using the ultimate. Try and stun some players and get an advantage. Phoenix sucks themselves into the corner though, might not be spotted. But time is hitting the 1 minute mark here, Matsy, so things are about to get explosive.
Yeah, ready to start the party. Epoch are going to be the first one to leave, and very keen to see how they can cleave their way back. Hugh on top here. They need to stop, drop, and roll. Deji can be able to stroll through. Looking for more around the corner. Oh my goodness, that's a jump scare if I've ever seen it on multiple angles. RYT still angling themselves ahead though. One player advantage. Spike going down as well. Going to be on for a retake situation here. Deji could be flanked if the timing's right. But maybe not. They're slotting back. Oh, there it is. One down and one to go in the garage here. Cheezel trying to barge into it with only an Odin to their name. This is a painful situation, and I don't know if there's a way out.
Does have eye available to have, you know, some information on hand, but he said it's only an Odin. It's gonna be hard to try and transfer spray here for 3 people. But foes just like that to Spectrum. RYT now on 6. Looking very strong. They've definitely secured themselves at least a 50 or a 6-6 half. But of course, looking for more. Could potentially go for, I mean, up to really an 11-1 half if they wanted here. They have ultimates to be able to secure themselves in this next round. Didn't use the Waylay ultimate in that previous round, even though they were considering it. Means that it's available now for here, but so is the Viper's Pit. Not that yet is available, but not sure when Deji will be able to use it here, as he hasn't died very much so far in this map, but it's going to be actually QUT that will be popping the Viper's Pit immediately over on B to secure themselves that side, but A is in the sights of RYT at the moment. They're pushing in. They use Waylay's ultimate to commit to it as well, and Spike will easily be able to go down. No one on site A at the moment from QUT, so no competition there. And now with the Spike down, RMIT playing post-plant. Gonna try and hold all the angles. It's a 5v5 situation. Make that 5v4 as Epoch is able to get one. Sai gets a double. They're looking good here, Massey. Potentially able to close out this round. And now the last 2 players are falling victim to the Odin.
No drama.
Rip and tear, they just don't care. RMIT only lose 1 out of that one, but they will come out on top. 1-7. They have claimed the round, and now the half there with it. So, by how many rounds it will be decided by whatever lays on the other side of this. QUT, though, still have opportunities to strike back. You know, there's still a few more rounds left in this one. Best case scenario, they can make it 5-7. Worst case, it could be much worse. Much worse. We'll see what they can do heading into the round now, though. Seekers are going out, so they're already looking to scout ahead here for RMIT, and they're not slowing down.
Not slowing and down. Lots of utility used by the Sky at the moment, including cabbages, Seekers. As Sky and Spectrum are able to hunt down 2 players on B. Site completely clear now. Able to get the Spike down. A lot of utility used by the Sky to be able to find the players. Spike secured as well, and now Deji is being very aggressive. Can't afford it with the not dead yet, but Spectrum has their back. All down to the wire. To just a wire now. Solo player left for QUT. 1v5 situation, and be quite difficult. Has to be careful about the angles, but unfortunately, Epoch has the timing. A flawless round for RMIT to get themselves onto 8.
Yeah, well done. Well played to them, and there's another one added to the tally. As they saddle up to get good to try themselves again, getting to more. But for now, preparations are getting laid down by both rosters, prepared to put down the toxic wall there, see if they can cut off a few lines of sight before they commit towards the fight here. But still going to be more they have to do once the barriers come down, and it's a fully A-sided focus this time. Only 2 defenders to deal with it. Could be problematic, but with the rest in mid, they might actually have an opportunity to advance forward here and respond quickly. Still, it's a bit of distance, and Hugh will be the first to try and burst in. They get nothing.
Absolute devastation for Hugh there. tries to do something sneaky, but unfortunately unable to get the pick that they wanted. Spike will fall though, but it's still a 3v3. Cheezel with a stinger takes on Sty. Spike, Viper's pick goes down as well. Inside there's, and inside, of course, the Spike is protected by the team of RMIT. Postpart situation. Runner back though is going to be used by QD to try and get some information, but the timing is perfect for Epoch. Here's the reload, goes for it. And now a 1v2 situation, all up to the Phoenix. Not though able to be able to get that pick as Deji shuts them down. 9-1.
9-1, they get it done once again. RMIT on top of things here and keen to gear up and give it their absolute best again. QUT, big trouble here. They're doing the best they can to adapt, try and struggle forth, but again and again here, just haven't been able to capture the opportunities that they need. So we'll see how RMIT try and speed their way over to B again. Always looking to fall back onto this 4-1 split there over and over, it would seem. And using the Tasmanian Tiger to get some scouting through again as well. At least they're good for some early information there, but still much more that they can look for.
Indeed. Definitely looking for more. Smoke will go down in mid. There's a bit of cover for both QUT to be able to push out and get some more space, as RMIT though is still smoked. QUT is also smoked out themselves, but Wired Hugh on B and A respectively are able to get one pick each. RMIT now in a 3v4 situation though. Definitely still make things work, but QUT have found themselves in an advantage, in a better situation, as out comes Nightfall as well to try and cement themselves here, be able to get a round win. Not dead yet, gotta be used by Deji. 3v3 situation though, Deji will fall. Once more as Tactics steps up, gets a double, and Phoenix closes it up for QUT. It's 2-9.
2-9 at long last. They find a way back in. The hard work paying off. So, one more round here. Will we see the blessed number come back on our screens here, or will it be something else entirely? It all comes down to these last critical moments here before we switch sides and move over to our second half. But RMIT, again, looking to just go for a full-sided 4-1 commitment there with many numbers over towards the B side of things. You have Viper just setting up the toxic wall early and looking to reunite through mid. Can definitely stifle efforts through the mailroom there and or up through heaven. But for now, commitment coming through the front door on B. They know they're around the outside and they are gliding straight through. Will trade 1-1 in the beginning there, but RMIT come out on top.
That they do. 4v3 situation in favor of RMIT, and in particular, they do have B site claimed to themselves. Spike is down. And now Showstopper's got to be used. They're hunting Cheezel down. In the meantime, though, RMIT do lose one player to Phoenix Utility, as well as Spectrum as well is going to be lost. 1v2 situation. Cheezel wants to try and win this, is able to get a pick with the Odin. The time is running out. They're going to try and rush it down. Epoch, last one left alive.
Where are you?
For RMIT, but does have the angle and the timing. Cheezel will fall. And RMIT, they find themselves in a 10-2 here as they switch sides.
Switch sides and ready to go. So RMIT going to be in the driver's seat for the time being, but QUT, this is their best chance to find some kind of road to recovery here. Certainly going to be putting it all into this one, that's for sure. And I mean, even if they lose this round, I would imagine they'd probably be looking to go for a force buy maybe coming forward as well, because it's getting into desperate times heading into this one. But for now, it's going to be QUT looking to go for a similar strategy to what we saw from RMIT, where they go for that 4-1 split there, 4 to B, 1 to A, and ready to try and pay dividends against it. It's all going to open up in the garage right now, though, I see, and It's all getting a little too hot to handle.
Beautiful combo from the Fade Rays, able to get multiple players from RMIT Red. And now they're going aggressively onto B site. Deji though, before they fall, get a double. Keeps things competitive for QUT, for RMIT as well. As now it's a 2v3 situation, QUT have the advantage. Has the spike in hand, is not down just yet. As Sty is trying to find an angle, find someone out of position. Not able to find one just yet as Epoch is pushing through from B main, but Tactics gets the better shot. Cleaned up by Sty, will fall to the wire. And now QT able to get the pissed around here on their attacking half. Keeps themselves alive.
Keep them alive, keep them on track here. I'm going to be happy with the result so far. Will it be enough going forward though? That is going to be tested. We jump in to second round of the second half here. UT looking to go for the same strategy this time. Just pacing their way with a majority of forces over to B, but RMIT have adapted accordingly, having a tight formation over the midsection there, can easily rotate between B and or A. And we'll see how quickly they realize B is going to be the place to be, as they're even going for a flank here. Oh, they could meet face to face though, Ricey.
They could. It'd be exciting. I mean, unfortunately, Uncle Chad doesn't get one, but in the meantime, Spectrum will. The QUT, they're good for it. They get the two they need, and Epoch though will be able to get Q on the flank. Rushing over now towards B, thinking that might be where our QUT is going to go for. And that is a correct guess, is why we'll be able to take down Epoch in the meantime. The 1v3 situation, Deji quite aggressive, is able to get double. Goes for the heal, but Phoenix will be able to win that duel out and get QUT now to 4.
Open the door to 4 and eager to see more. As RMIT Red lose out the first couple here, but now they're going to be on even footing heading into the bonus round. So very keen to see if they can bounce back to the confidence we saw out of that first half there, or whether QUT will be able to leave them behind, as time and time again, attacking strategy just going to be that 4-to-1 split there, looking to utilize the toxic wall and just take away some of the vision there accordingly. But QUT, they're ready to go here, ready to get that capture orb one step closer to the run it back, and that will make a huge impact once that's available too.
Huge impact indeed. But it depends if they're able to get onto a side as well, make some space. But Epoch has something to say about that. Takes down Tactics in mid as Epoch peeks out, gets another shot. Takes down Wire as well. But through the smoke, the poison orb, they're able to take down Epoch. Uncle Chad fall as well, and now it's all up to just Hugh with 10 HP only. There's a fight through the rays, the paint shells. But the Spike is in full control of RMIT Red here. They're looking for their 11th round win. And it's looking all but achieved here. As this 1v3 situation looks a little tough for Hugh. 10 HP and a dream. Has to clear all the angles. But of course, we'll do their absolute best. Or might save for the weapon. I think actually might be the choice.
30 seconds left.
I think that, yeah, latibulating on this one, it could be the best call, maybe. Oh, they will get one, but it's one and done there, so over and out. They will end in a blaze of glory, and be happy with that in one way, I suppose, but now there's going to be more ways forward heading into round number 16 on this one, as our teams prepare themselves for battle once again. QUT, though, in a bit of a situation. You know, they've got enough for one weapon, the rest, not so much. And if RMIT win here, that's match point.
That is a good point. It could be match point if RMIT are able to get this round, and it definitely looks strong. Definitely looks scary, especially if Spectrum is able to get the shot with the Outlaw. Doesn't connect. Set falls. Epoch will fall as well. Paint Shell supporting that. This Chisel gets the final pick here with the Bandit. They're able to go for the gun upgrades as well, which gives QUT a bit more of an opportunity to potentially be able to get this round. It's a 3v5 situation. Runner back is available for QUT, but RMIT have something similar with the Clove. Not dead yet. But Star going for the flank. Maybe able to catch some unawares as Uncle Jad with the Odin is able to get a lot of damage onto QUT. In the meantime, though, Y and IQ get one each, and now it's all up to Deji. A 1v4 situation. Not dead yet available. I want to try some sneaky shenanigans, but the headshots connect. That's all you really need. But Hugh will be able to connect headshots too. And QUT are on 5.
Yeah, really impressed with how they managed to hold themselves accountable there, hold themselves together. So they managed to compose themselves accordingly. RMIT overwhelmed by sheer numbers, but they took two with them when it mattered. So, gotta be happy with that. But at QUT, gonna be very happy that RMIT's economy is dead. They have basically nothing available. So, we'll see how they take advantage of the situation and look to clear the path between them one step further again now. So we open the gates and get ready for the next point of contact. But this time, QUT looking to take contact in mid here, and Sty falling back immediately.
They keep themselves alive though. 5v5 situation. They're going towards B. They've made a lot of progress, but they've got to be careful because they didn't fully clear out mid. Epoch able to get Phoenix.
Planted.
Uncle Jad gets one as well. RMIT, they don't have a strong buy here, but they're making it work. They've got the gun upgrades. And Thrifty potentially in the sights for RMIT at the moment as QUT find themselves with 2 players less. Corners are being cleared by RMIT as they go for this retake. Deji with the bandit. Good for one again as Sty cleans out Wire. Uncle Jad, though, and Epoch fall to the Odin onslaught. Cheezer with a triple. Once more. But Spectrum finally shuts down the Odin Demon. And RMIT are now on match point.
Odin Demon sent straight back to hell, and now maybe the hell will take them all with them. As it's match point for RMIT right now, and it could be over and out just like that. But it's a timeout to come through now from Tactics. So, looking to see if they can discuss tactics with Tactics there. Interesting to see that one, and to see how they figure things out heading into what could be the final stand here.
Most definitely could be. I mean, RMIT, they only want to secure themselves one more round, and I'm sure they're also chatting amongst themselves, trying to figure out what they want the strategy to be. I'm sure they've got the economy. They got a Thrifty. They got the weapon upgrades as well. They got 2 ultimates as well. The Viper's Pit and the Not Dead Yet. Very strong ultimates, especially on defense here for the Viper's Pit. They could lock it down a site completely here. For QUT, they have answers to it. If the Viper's Pit get used, they could potentially use that showstopper to try and find the Viper. To try and take them out. We can see on the mini-map the strategies are being discussed. Kings galore. They're maybe thinking about where they want to push. If they want to push out potentially, or where maybe QUT will be pushing as well. But QUT thinking about a B push here. They've got 10 seconds until the strategies will be revealed.
Reveal the cards, or be served with something else entirely. The Viper's Pit are now going to be activated immediately. So, RMIT are red. Reading to this one heavily. Looking to claim control over the A-sided space there and not allow them any presence forward. Could be a 1v1 battle of the Vipers there, just inside or outside the Viper's Pit. Now that would be a sight to behold indeed, but they're still going to hold patiently for QUT here. They're biding their time before they commit to anything.
They most definitely are. They want to figure things out. They have to be very careful. One wrong mistake means the end of this series. It's a best of one, and RMIT on the precipice here of getting the victory. One wrong move will mean they lose the player even advantage at the moment, and they want to make sure they stay, maybe get an advantage of their own. And Spectrum maybe able to find one here, spot something, backs away, knowing the Odin is there as well, using the paint shells to try and keep a little bit of space, keep him safe for a little bit longer. Has Wimbot available as well, but There'll be a lot of utility committed to forcing Spectrum away from his position. Showstopper is used in the meantime, doesn't find anyone, but a lot of picks in the meantime from QUT, but Spectrum with the double kill activates the Showstopper. Takes down one, RMIT Epoch gets the last Viper as well, and it's gonna be RMIT that get the victory.
And we'll lock it down, lock it in, and do it with confidence. So, gonna be able to take control of the space there. And speaking of space, we're going to another space on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're back with another banger very soon. Welcome back, everybody, to AEL University Elite Series, coming at you with a profound race. It's time to get down to business with another matchup here. It's Macquarie Scarlet taking on UOM.
Very exciting, Matty. I'm excited to see how these two teams go. Macquarie Scarlet have Killer Bean, Roki, Apregi, Cyro, Nami, while UOM has Zintex, Kite, Evanois, Marcus Gan, and Chaewon. Super excited to see how these two teams go. I'm excited to see how these games go as well because this is going to be a banger.
Yeah, it's going to be all bangers with all the mash there, and keen to see the drafts right now. Another different map. I love this. This is the best evening. We're going to Lotus. Fantastic. We saw so much Lotus last week. I thought I was going to go insane, but now, you know what? Lotus is a welcome change. A unique map for every series. Shout out to all the teams tonight. They're crushing it. Let's get into our agent selection now, though, Ricey. And we're already starting off on a high here. I'm feeling good about this series.
I'm feeling indeed good as well. I think I'm recognizing a name here from Game Changers. I just want to double check if that is Nami. It is Nami from JFT Game Changers. I was like, there can only be one Nami from JFT in high elo, and I'm excited to see them play here for Macquarie Scarlet. So coming through here against University of Melbourne, I'm excited about the team's composition as well. We've got a Viper coming through for UAM, but the Vise from Cyro. I think the Vise is one of my more favorite picks coming through on Lotus these days, and we can see why. It's very, very strong. Of course, Fade feels like a mainstay here on Lotus, but the other thing that I'm curious about is there's no Rays. Instead, we're opting for the 2 Jets and the fast agents of Neon and Waylay. So exciting things coming through with these two teams. A little bit different too with the Viper versus the Vise. A couple of different compositions and playstyles I'm sure will be here as a result.
Yeah, and it makes me curious about which one is going to be able to exceed the other, right? Because normally you'd see teams almost opt into mirror matches at some points in time there, but this time there's, there's some of the same, but some subtle differences. And yeah, it does definitely pique my interest as to which one will prove to be the most effective tactics available. But it's all going to be decided by our teams once we load in to the wonderful Lotus there, once it reaches full bloom and we get to see the game resume. But I'm keen to see if our teams think about their timeouts into this series as well, because we've seen it over the last couple there. They've actually been very present, very aware that they need to just take a step back for a second there. And yeah, it's great that the teams are keeping themselves in check in that way.
You're definitely excited to see how they do end up playing because this could be really exciting indeed. And, looking at these compositions, I said before, these are very fast compositions with the Waylay and the Neon. So I'm expecting rotations to come quickly as well. A lot of dashes, a lot of slides coming through. But with UOM on attack first, they're currently thinking about a mid push here through to B site. Apregi here is watching. Tucks in deep. Prowler not spotting them. This could be dangerous for UM. The patience coming from Apregi. The trigger discipline rewards them with 1 pick. Only 1 though, but Rocky is there to follow up. Getting Zintex. Apregi gets a second as well, and it looks like an absolute bloodbath here on B site. But Marcus gets a triple. Not all doom and gloom for UM, but of course Macquarie Scarlet, the damage had been dealt. They get that pistol round.
Get it done. They paint the town a red pair and will be able to take complete control of the opening round in contention. So, going to be happy with that result in the beginning there. It seems UOM seek to focus things out towards B this time in the beginning, playing towards the pillars and having the scout over towards the A side of things as well. Macquarie Scarlet, though, they're ready. They've got more heavy weaponry to deal with their opponents here, and they are already to push ahead of this one as well. Looking to overwhelm B now, though. This actually could be the burst effect that they were hoping for as they push straight into the fray there. Cyro going to be a good to save Vyro to at least a few. 3 down or 1 more, and they will follow it up, trying to go for those no-scopes there. There it is! Rookie gets it down to the end. A style point on top out of this one. Marcus, last one to fall. At least stalls it out with a trade there. But that's going to be that. Macquarie Scarlet parade ahead for their second.
Fantastic start. But of course, anti-eco is pretty easy to win when you do have the better weaponries, and they are able to bring 3 weapons along with them into this bonus round. 3 Guardians, a Sheriff, and a Ghost. Not too shabby, but of course, UOM, they got to be careful with UOM having full buy here in their anti-bonus round. They're thinking about an A potential push here as well. But Macquarie Scarlet, they're actually going to be aggressive on C. Should give them enough information that A is actually going to be the heaviest stacker for pushing out this aggressively. And maybe Marcus might be able to get this pick here, especially if the timing is perfect like that. Now with 1 player advantage, UOM feel pretty strong, confident for maybe this A push or B push as they're pushing in. Killer Bean has to be careful. Taken out just like that. Kite gets one as well. It's now a 2v4 situation in favor of UOM. Spike goes down.
1 enemy remaining.
Goes down and ready to take this one to town here. 1 player standing between them and the round, and this is a great resurgence coming out from the UOM side here. Keen and curious. See how they can glide through the rest of this clash now. Dasher forth. Ready to strike. Cyro doing the best they can, but it's a firing squad before them, and they will fall accordingly. So, good job from UOM there, locking in the round, Team Ace, and ready to do much, much more.
Beautiful teammates coming through for UOM, working as a team. As of course, we want in Valorant to get 1 each, to keep their ground. Be able to get that spike down. Get all the picks they need for off of Macquarie Scarlet as well. And now this is, of course, the buy round for both teams. Both looking to try and secure themselves. This round, show that their dominance on Lotus. UOM taking things a little bit more quieter. We can see a very heavy aggressive stack from Macquarie as well on A side. They're pushing out. They want to be able to get some picks here. And that they do. Syntax gets 1. Killer Bean is going to be traded though. As Nami is trying to spray through the smoke. UOM realize how dangerous the A site main is. They're going to be rotating quickly over to C. Cairo holding the angle.
Need backup.
Here's the footsteps. Pose for help. And now they rush in very quickly. See some weapons. Gets 1 pick. Gets a double, in fact.
Spike down.
Held their ground perfectly. And gave enough time for Macquarie Scarlet to be able to wrap around and go for this retake here.
1 enemy remaining.
They trade once more, and now it's just a 1v2 situation. The damage had been dealt by the Vise earlier in the game by Macquarie Scarlet. And now this 1v2 situation is their reward, but Nami falling means Roki has to step up, gets the pick, and Scarlet are now on 3.
On 3 and ready. Open the door to more. We'll see what else is in store on the other side of this one. As Macquarie Scarlet, he said they're going to be back on track and ready to stack the deck accordingly with more, if they can get it, that is. But for now, UOM at least have a little bit more gas in the tank. You know, it's not all doom and gloom. There is still a way forward. It's not going to be the worst case scenario for now. But if they lose this round, well, could be more to follow from there. So it's certainly going to be a bit of pressure on their shoulders here to try and deliver results, because these rounds certainly count if you do not want to end up in a round drought. But for now, it's to start the round with the Blade Storm pushing around the mound and ready to hit the ground running over to C.
Now they do, they're running in quite aggressively, but Cairo has something to say. Takes down Kite. Looks for an angle, gets another one onto Zintex too.
Spike
It's
down.
a bit of damage though from that snake bite. Has to be careful as Chaewon and Avenir. They're able to get 2 of their own. Cairo has to back off with only 10 HP. Has to be careful of this aggressive overdrive from Chaewon. It's definitely forced all the members of Macquarie Scarlet away from the spike. Away
Last
from the
player
site.
standing.
J1 takes down Cairo. Now we won
Spike
the
planted.
situation. It's all up to Nami here. Has to try and get into the site. Smokes down. Try and give themselves a bit more cover as they push in. Spots Chaiwon. I think Chaiwon also spots them too. Paranoia does connect. Has to be careful though. To give away the position, they could also potentially give away theirs. And now Chaiwon though, with the 4-piece, takes down Nami. And UOM are now on 2.
On to 2 and ready to have a breakthrough. We'll see if they can do more from here, as Macquarie Scarlet looked good for a time there, but UOM strike back fiercely into that one, and that is going to be a perfect outcome for them. And there's Macquarie Scarlet now in a bit of hot water. You know, their economy are not in the best place there. They can pick up some upgraded pistols there with the sheriffs, but that's really all they're bringing to town. So see how their heavily stacked A side works out. Considering the focus from UOM, it might work. Roki already onto a good start here. Looking to bounce over the top with more. Preggy, good to fall back from that one, but it's Apanoir taking a tour.
3v4. A site. Going to be claimed by UOM. They have the advantage. They have the site. Flank coming out from Macquarie Scarlet. Might be spotted. Be careful of it. But Roki will be able to just take down Marcus just like that. Sheriff shot connecting. Turns this into a 3v3 situation. Well, Scarlet has to be a bit careful. They do have the weak weaponry. They do, though, in the hands of Cairo. Have a phantom, but the timing
One
is
enemy
not good. Went to use the ult.
Player standing.
Gets taken out, and now it's a 1v1. Sheriff versus Vandal. Of course, the tale we've heard of multiple times goes the way of the Vandal, and now it's 3-0.
3 apiece and ready to restore the balance here. For which team will be able to come ahead of this one, as it's only the beginning of the chaos yet to come through. But for now, the buy phase slowly but certainly reaching towards its end, and ready to send our teams into this one head first here and now. It's time to jump back into action. Barrier down. A-sided presence from UOM looking good for now, but they're taking it slow, taking it steady. They do have the Viper's Pit if they want to control a bit of space there, maybe set that up for a post plant perhaps, if they can get control of something, but the time for it might not be yet.
Rip and tear.
5v5. And it's very quiet at the moment between these two teams. UOM are thinking about A, but they are very, very cautious at the moment. They're using smoke to try and keep their cover and get onto site slowly. But the door does open. There's a lot of information over the MPU. And now they're pushing in. A lot of ultimates going to be used, including Viper's Pit. Going to be answered though with the Steel Garden. Avanoir will be able to take down Killer Bean in the meantime, but Roki is going in with a vengeance. Triple kill right off the bat. And Preggy gets one as well. It's all up to the Omen, but he ain't going to go anywhere near that spike. It's getting defused.
It will go down, and Macquarie Scarlet will bounce back up. So, going to be happy to take the reins on the lead again there. After conceding a couple of rounds, they at least come back on top of this one. So, good to steer things in a positive direction for themselves for the moment, but still more work to be done as we progress our way into the upcoming round ahead of us here. 10 seconds to go. UOM, we're going to go for a split approach here, playing for a bit of information before diving into this one, and I'm going to pay respect to them. You know, information is going to be the aim of the game here, but I'm keen as can be as to where they take that information, as they're just waiting outside a mound for now. Do have a bit of util between them and the C site. Zyro definitely prepared for them if they try an onslaught here, but UOM, you know, they don't have the best weapons either, so if they can just get any kind of singled out kills, it'd be a perfect start to some kind of hope in this one.
Well, Blade Storm is going to be used by UM. That might be the hope they need here, Matzy. Hope to get a pick. Upgrade the weaponry. Nami well aware that this could be A B push, well, gets triggered as MQU Scarlet are going to be regrouping as well to try and back up the B side. Spraying through the smoke, doesn't find anyone. But now looking over towards A, Killer Bean has to be careful. Ooh, spots one. Information gathered. Nightfall popped immediately. Reveals multiple players. The trail is going to be detected. Roki gets one onto Kite. Good start for MQU Scarlet as Roki gets a second here. Fantastic work coming out from the Jet. Finally shot down, but Chaewon. But Nami steps up here, gets a double kill. And MQU Scarlet going to be able to get themselves to 5.
5 and looking alive here. So, going to be happy to solidify their lead by 2 now, but still much more to do on the other side of this. So, being curious even. See what else will be in store as we have 10 seconds now. Both teams going to be on an even footing again. It's a heavy focus towards the midsection now. They are ready to hit the ground running straight up through pillars into main and go absolutely insane. Can spread their reach around the outside as well. You know, they've got one scout over towards the A side of things there. There's a wall coming up, but B is going to be pushed straight into now. Kite trying to bounce around the corner, commit to it. Oh, Soho! Patience pays off.
Double kill for the Cairo. Nami gets one as well. Advantage still leads the way of MQU, but damage has been dealt. They lose 2. Now 1v3 situation is just the Omen left. Has Spike in hand. Trying to get closer to B side to try and maybe get some picks. Get Spike down, get some more cash, but instead is going to be found by Killer Bean. And now MQU Scarlet on 6. Get themselves to that halfway mark versus UOM's 3.
Exactly what they're after here. Take it easy for the time being. We'll set their preparations down once again, but Macquarie Scarlet, they're going to be happy to at least have a 6 in the tank here, you know, one more, and that's the half there for the taking. But we'll see what UOM has to say about it. Only got from the shadows available at the moment. I mean, Macquarie Scarlet can match it, exceed it even with Blade Storm. Don't even think they're going to need to, though. Probably not great, and now getting even worse. Nami absolutely decapitating them to kick the round off.
Kicks it off strong here. The Killer Bean is also wanting more. Goes in for more as well. Finds potentially the spike as well. Revealed for them as B site is where UAM are giving their focus. Now that they were aware of the spike, Avanois is trying to go back to collect it. Has to be careful. Is aware that this could be a dangerous angle. Killer Bean gets the pick. 2 for Killer Bean now in this round. 2v5 situation as an army. Will we get taken out with the sheriff? Even things up a little bit. It's a 2v3 situation. But Spike is still under control of the defenders. Kite gets another as Marcus will finally be able to collect the spike here. 2v1 situation. Kyle's the last one left alive. Should be able to hear the footsteps, the door as well, heading towards C. In a 1v2 situation, things could go the way of UOM, but
One enemy remaining.
with the door open, Kyra was able to get that situation, take advantage of it, turns this into a 1v1. Spike will go down, and now it's all up to the last 2 players.
Last 2 standing. Who stays, who goes? Big pressure for Cyro now. They've been a big impact fragger though, and they might do it again, but no! Kite flies high, takes it away for UOM there, and they will be back on track here. So, a great step on the path of redemption. If they can take it 2 more, it could tie things up 6 for 6. Macquarie Scarlet though are ready to face them head on. See how the preparation is going to come down now. We've still got From the Shadows available both sides, Overdrive for Chaewon and the Blade Storm for Roki. And it looks like they're going to commit it because they're not buying anything.
Blade Storm going to be popped as well. Nothing found in a B. Aggression from MQU to try and get some space here. You can see the spawn. They find Marcus and Kite as well. Fantastic work for MQU. And now that's the trigger for UOM to try and push onto A site. Nami will fall. I mean, the only player on site here will be quite difficult, but Apregi and Ko are coming from A main in a heavy stack. Now a 4v2 situation here. And with the blades, Roki will be able to get the pick. Apregi gets one as well, and with that, it's now 6-7 to 4.
So close yet so far, but yes, we will make it in that direction for now. So, we'll be happy to lock in the half in their favor. We'll see if they can get more than just that in just a second here. As our teams prepare themselves for the final stand of this half, will it be a 7-5 endeavor, 8-4? Either way, Macquarie Scarlet are on top of it. So, let's see which team can make it work, as there's a double operators coming out for Macquarie Scarlet this time. So they are really looking to play this one very aggressively. UOM not having the greatest economic position either, looking to go for a bit of a rush tactic over towards the A side of things. Are going to be cut off by the wall for now, and maybe even the dark cover coming out too, but they're playing very patient for the moment. Looks like the nightmares are going to be coming to life here. Killer Bean already absolutely tears it apart. Avanoir does trade it back though.
3v4 in favor of Scarlet. UM have to be very careful with Zintex being very dangerously low as well. Nami gets the better of Marcus. Now 2v4 situation. As Apregi tries to bring Scarlet over to an 8-4 half. Roki seals the deal. And with that, Scarlet have the advantage as they switch sides.
Switching sides.
Switching sides and ready to go. Macquarie Scarlet coming out on top of that half there, but whether it stays that way could be dictated by this pistol round in of itself. So, pressure's on UOM. This is your path towards a swift gap closer. See if they can get it done now, as UOM going to be on their defensive side this time, and Macquarie Scarlet going to be the ones under attack and ready to sack things up accordingly. So, let's see how it all comes together now as we prepare for the next phase of this battle. Saddle up, saddle in. Let's take this round for a spin. As we wait for it. Split approach coming out so far from Macquarie Scarlet, but UOM already on the mound.
That they are. I don't know if Killer Bean is aware here. Now is, as the shots come out from UM. Takes down Apregi. Zintex in the meantime takes down Nami and B. Very much an aggressive play coming up for UM here.
Here.
In the meantime, MQ Scarlet, they're trying to get onto A site. Hara has to watch the back, so takes down Zintex, gets a double. Good for 2. Roki is good for 1 here as well. Kite is very low! But the shots! They land true! Roki with the clutch triple for them! And of course, the double earlier from the Vise has been absolutely beautiful to watch that clutch come through for MQU Scarlet.
Perfect result for them. They're going to be extremely satisfied to take control of the pistol and now continue their pursuit of more and more rounds. It can certainly have double digits in their sights here. UOM, I think they have some upgraded pistols this time around. So maybe do something with those. We'll see what they propose though in a second. They are already looking to sync things out towards the A side of things here. So, Macquarie already spot 1 there. Not going to lock it in just yet.
Maybe now here, using utility to back them up. Apregi takes down Evanoir. Guardian in hand, but the Outlaw does work too onto Chaewon.
1 enemy remaining.
And now it's just all up to the Jet here in a 1v4 situation. He's on the flank. Gets 1, Kite. Good for 1 with Sheriff. The second has to be careful of the Outlaw, as Roki will be able to shoot Kite through the rock. Sorry, that's a Marshall. My bad. And now on 10, double digits.
Double time and ready to fry him up and give it some more. So, ready for whatever else is going to be in store here. Whether we just see double digits and that's kind of it, or whether good to see something else entirely. As wonderful games go, they're all very transformative. So anything could happen the other side of these barriers. But now, our teams take their final moments of preparation before the next phase of war. And let's see who's going to go down first as they take it straight to them on the mound. There, Avanoir first, and a burst in ahead with a more. It's going to be an absolute slaughter favoring UOM here. Zyro goes down, and 5 is alive.
5 rounds now, points for UOM versus MQ Scarlet. Scarlet's 10, so a little bit of a hill for UOM to climb, but definitely doable here. Now that they've switched sides, could feel more confident on the defending half here. And after such a very aggressive showing in that previous round, they can definitely build upon that momentum. For Corey Scarlet, they're thinking about a C push here. They got, of course, the weapons to be able to push up with. Full buy for both teams here.
Don't miss it too much.
And with C being the choice, they'll be pushing in a Preggy with the dashes. Waylay aggressively going in. Marcus now completely taken out. 4v5 situation. Spike will go down safely here, but look at the flank. Matzy could be a little bit difficult as Chaewon is going to take down Nami. Can be traded, but Kite, just be careful. Lots of angles to be watching, but watching the wrong one as they get taken out by Cairo. But Avanoir in the meantime gets a double. Now it's a 2v2 situation. Freggy, unfortunately, doesn't get the shot they needed, and now it's a 1v2. Still going to be used for Cairo. Try and make sure they get this victory. Stole the defuse a little bit longer. It'll be good here as smoke comes down, Matsy.
Smoke's down, and maybe a Cyro with it. The Spike to run its course. There you go. Cyro fires one. Diffusal coming through. They aren't able to get the shots there, and they will lock it down in the end. So close, yet so far. Unlucky for Cyro there, not able to dial in those final shots. So UOM will prevail and take control once again. Macquarie Scarlet, though, really loved the efforts put into that last round, considering how close it got there. And I'm super keen to see if they can take it close again, as the focal point is going to be A this time. All hands on deck in that angle there on both teams. So very keen, curious to see who will prevail out of the first battle, which is going to be right now.
That it is, Matsy. Aggression coming out from UAM to try and claim some space over an A, and they do that successfully, pushing up quite aggressively, aware of the wall there as well, but they're still able to get Cairo beyond it. They keep pushing, they're really aggressive here. Now they're going to be meeting players in mid. Zintex Chaewon, though. They're good for 3. Now it's all up to Roki, who will fall, and UAM be able to get now 2 in a row here. It's now 7-10.
Closer and closer. The score's creeping up. Macquarie Scarlet got to be feeling the pressure now. So close, yet so far. See if things make a turn for the better for them into this round instead, or whether they make a turn for the worse. As things start to come together, but as things come together, the barriers now come down and ready. See who will take a scope of this first one. Roki waiting patiently on the other side, but will it be the first to fall there? UOM up on top.
Spike down A.
Up on top by 2 here. 2-player advantage. 5v3, they've got a lot of ultimates to work with as well if they want to use it. And there is one. Overdrive, a shutdown immediately by Apregi. Nami gets one as well. But Apregi as well is able to back them up. Kite gets a triple and turns this into a 1v2 situation. But Cairo, now 1v1. It's going to be aware where exactly this Viper is as the wall is tripped. And go for a very safe plant. Even prepare a post-plant situation as well. Has some utility, in fact, to work with. Plenty of options, and Marcus has to be careful now, knowing there's a lot of time for Cairo to set up. Has to look for all the angles possible here. Look at the positioning here, Matsy, from Cairo.
Yeah, I like how they're creeping up through the stairs now. They've still got a bit of time, so they can fight this. Marcus looking to take scope over the drop position there. Still have to account for Cairo, though. Fusel coming through. Cairo ready, waiting. Oh, timing good. It could be even better. Oh my goodness. Oh, the shot! Marcus gets them through the box there and locks it in just in time. Again, a devastating outcome for Cairo in the post-defusal situation.
If Cairo watches back the VOD, I'm sure they'd be frustrated with the previous, the clutch for lack of not able to get those shots through the smoke earlier, and now this situation here as well. Unfortunately, that shoulder just being spotted and then shot through the box it's pretty frustrating, I'm sure, and it's giving you a couple of rounds here to work with. Now only 2-round advantage for MQU Scarlet. Things are going to get a little bit potentially desperate from their end. They still have, though, 2 rounds ahead of UOM, so still got rounds to work with here. So they got to definitely lock in, prevent any potential snowball from UOM. Having a little bit of a weaker buy, Guardians in hand, but still have some Vandals to work with, of course. They've got to be very careful here as they're going to be pushing onto A side, which does have a heavy defense, 3 players strong. Out comes though Nightfall, as well as a Preggy. Got to be ulting as well. Lands, I think, connected to 2 at the back here. Gets the headshot on 1, and Preggy good for 2. Spike will go down, and now with the advantage, Macquarie Scarlet are looking to collect an 11th round.
Looking to get that, and then some. Maybe their chance might dwindle as Apanoir finds something back. Kinda good for it as well, and looking for more around the outside here. Will it be holding a position though? 3 for 3. Now down to more. Nami ready, waiting, skating around the corner here. Timing's everything when you're so close to your enemy, and you will find them trading 1 for 1. It's a 2v1 now, and down to none. Nami gets the job done, and it's 11-8.
11-8 indeed. Macquarie Scarlet, they keep themselves in the lead after losing 4 in a row. I'm sure they're very happy about that. Only 2 more for them to potentially take this map. They're still holding on strong. They would have closed that gap to 2, now 3 gap difference here. Need 4 to get themselves to 12, 5 to take the game entirely. But they do have a lot of ultimates here. They do have good economy as well. I mean, Kide will be able to pop the Blade Storms to keep the weaponry advantages here. Now 11-8 situation. Macquarie Scarlet might feel a little bit better, feel more confident here, and they're going for a C push, Matsy. It's going to be against 2 players from UM.
Could be more where that came from. So they wait around the outside now. Looking to hold on firmly to the position here. Roki just trying to have that suppressive fire, but all the meanwhile, they're looking to push up hall there. See if they can fall. Roki good for it. Looking for more around the outside there. Be a bit of trouble there. Zintax now forced out of position. Killer Bean ready to swing on this as well. They know, but their teammates now control the flow for this round, and we take it to match point.
Match point for MQU Scarlet. UOM need 4 in a row. They've done it before. Just 2 rounds ago, they had won 4 in a row. So it's definitely still possible for them to get themselves to overtime. But MQU, they only need 1 here. UOM cannot drop a single round. The pressure is on UOM here to stay in the game. It's just MQU Scarlet's game to lose here now.
Here.
Plenty of opportunities for them here as well, with better weaponry to their name. And they're going aggressively onto A site and exploring mid, but Kite is good for 1 here, but Roki cleans up 2 instead, and now it's a 4v3 situation. UOM do have some ultimates to work with here, though. And so, Scarlet thinking about a C push. Might have to face the Viper.
Face the Viper, face the music here. Keen to see how it plays out in the end now. So they wait for their time. All right, around the corner. Nami would be good for something eventually. Still going to be a bit of time to play with here. Like the spikes over towards C. They can rotate it if they find a further opening. But for now, UOM are doing a great job of just playing this stall composition, you know, just using all their util to bide their time, but eventually the gates are going to have to come open, and the snakebite does go down, and Mark is with it.
Beautiful shots from Roki, able to take down Marcus. Now it's a 2v4 situation.
30
MQU
seconds left.
Scarlet on match point here, only need this one round, and they're looking very good to do so right now. Nami gets one onto Avanois, and now it's all up to Zintex. They want to stay in this game. To be able to get this victory, they need 4. But Roki is the one with 4 instead. MQU Scarlet get the victory in a wonderful last round fashion.
Yeah, fantastic work from them and theirs there. You know, it just seems the trend where things look like they're going awry for a little while there, but eventually they manage to, you know, pull it back into the reins there and manage to take control accordingly. So, gotta love it. You know, a close competitive series. Always a lot of fun all the way.
Absolutely, indeed. It was absolutely fun to watch this competitive series all day. It was really exciting.
Yeah.
So excited to see how the rest of the day went.
That's it. Take a look at our results now. We have, to start off, a winner for UOM there, forfeit win there. So good for them. They're going to be happy with that. Swinburne are going to take their series away against Macquarie Onyx 13-8. Following suit, it's UQ winning 13-5 against Adelaide Uni there. So unlucky for Adelaide this time. Next time, I'm sure. But in the next series, it's RMIT Red taking down GU 13-4.
And next as well, we've got some more matches that we want to discuss too, I'm assuming, as we've had so much action coming through today, as Macquarie Scarlet and RMIT Black both are coming through. So you and Deacon versus and Q to 7 fashion.
Them and theirs there with out thus far. A great job. All squadrons for that matter, but as we say that, there's more squadrons here. It's UNSW taking down their series against Swinburne. Taking down their series against Swinburne. 13-5. And an even closer one between RMIT Black and UTS. 13-11. What could have been an OT? What could have been? But speaking of RMIT, they take away another one against QUT, 13-5. So looking a lot more alive in that one, but it's going to be absolutely living her through to the end there for Deacon as they take down UC at 13-1. My goodness.
Very strong showing from Deacon today, especially in that match. 13-1 is definitely a series that you're very happy with here in match day 8. Fantastic games to come through so far today. How did you feel about the games, Matsy?
I felt great. You know, like I was saying before, I was really happy that we got to have a diverse split of maps rather than just the same one on repeat. You know, just living in that perpetual state of deja vu, or even like a Groundhog Day. You know, it's like a same but different. But speaking of a same but different, we got a different set of results here. The first one is still live, so Macquarie Onyx are on top for now against UTS, 5-3. We'll see how that one goes. Macquarie Scarlet and UOM's match, though, that one's done, and Macquarie Scarlet took it away. But the rest of these are still ongoing. You can see GU currently on top of theirs, 4-1, and it's all tied up in Monash LSL and Adelaide Uni.
This could be the one, Matsy. It could be the one that Adelaide Uni is going to take. I believe as well. I believe in my current students of my previous place I attended as a uni. You know what I'm trying to say. Is
Alumni.
Alumni! As an alumni of Adelaide University, I'm really hoping they do get that win. I believe we have some good talent in Adelaide, as I have unfortunately left them now for Melbourne. But yeah, pretty exciting standing so far today, Matsy.
Yeah, everything's good so far, and it's great to see you're supporting your alumni there. You know, despite moving to the enemy state, if you will, you're still supporting the ones back home, so gotta love it. But we do have our standings here, so RMIT and UNSW are going to be on top of things very confidently there. No losses so far. Keen to see who will be on top towards the tail end, but UOM are going to be close behind there in third place. 7-3 for them. Macquarie Onyx are pretty close on fourth as well, with Swinburne and Monash A trailing behind there closely, following suit with Macquarie Scarlet and UTS there towards the bottom side of things.
And now looking at the next Division 2 standings, Deacon looking strong with a 6-4 score for them. RMIT Red 5-5, while UQ 4-6. Monash LSL with 3-6, QUT with 3-7, GU 3-6, Uni Sydney with 1-8, and Adelaide University currently 0-9, but I believe 1-9 upcoming. I'm just gonna hopium here. I honestly believe in them.
You know what? You've manifested curses tonight. It's time to manifest those blessings, Ricey. And just make sure you note everybody. The standings will change as some of the games are still live, so we'll keep you updated on that one. So definitely stay tuned for that information. But for now, everybody, we want to say a big shout out to our sponsors. A big shout out to AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs.
Power your game with the latest HyperX gear at Officeworks. Push performance to the limit with the latest in gaming tech. From high spec to precision gear, Officeworks has what you need.
Yes, they do. Gotta love them. And we gotta love Indomie, the noodle partner. Made with high quality flour and selected ingredients and spices, a plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. Big shout out to each and every one of our sponsors. You know them, you love them. We appreciate their support. But speaking of support, if you want to support the AEL, make sure you check us out on our social medias. AU Esports League on X, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, everything. Make sure you check us out. We're there, and you can keep up to date on our various competitions, even on the results from tonight. Sure, they'll be posted later, so stay tuned for that one. But for now, everybody, I want to appreciate your support for tuning in to myself, Ricey, this evening. It's been a pleasure to bring you all the Valorant action, and we hope to see you again sometime soon. Thank you.